Go for it.
All right. Welcome to the Amherst Planning Board meeting of November 2nd, 2022. My name is Doug Marshall, and as the chair of the Amherst Planning Board, I am calling this meeting to order at 6:37 p.m. This meeting is being recorded and is available live stream via Amherst Media. Minutes are being taken. Pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021 and extended by Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2022 and extended again by the state legislature on July 16th, 2022, this planning board meeting, including public hearings, will be conducted via remote means using the Zoom platform. The Zoom meeting link is available on the meeting agenda posted on the town website's calendar listing for this meeting, or go to the planning board webpage and click on the most recent agenda, which lists the Zoom link at the top of the page. No in-person attendance of the public is permitted. However, every effort will be made to ensure the public can adequately access the meeting in real time via technological means. In the event we are unable to do so for reasons of economic hardship or despite best efforts, we will post an audio or video recording, transcript, or other comprehensive record of proceedings as soon as possible after the meeting on the Town of Amherst website. Board members, I will take a roll call. When I call your name, unmute yourself, answer affirmatively, and return to mute. Bruce Coldham. Bruce, you are muted.
Here.
Thank you. Tom Long.
Here.
Andrew McDougall.
Present.
I, Doug Marshall, am present. Janet McGowan.
Present.
Johanna Newman, we've been told will be late if she arrives at all. And Karen Winter.
Here.
Thank you. Thank you, board members.
Present.
I'm sorry. If technical issues arise, we may need to pause temporarily to fix the problem and then continue the meeting. If the discussion needs to pause, it will be noted in the minutes. Please use the raise hand function to ask a question or make a comment. I will see your request and call on you to speak. After speaking, remember to remute yourself. The general public comment item is reserved for public comment regarding items not on tonight's agenda. Please be aware the board will not respond to comments during general public comment period. Public comment may also be heard at other times during the meeting when deemed appropriate. Please indicate you wish to make a comment by clicking the raise hand button when public comment is solicited. If you have joined the Zoom meeting using a telephone, please indicate you wish to make a comment by pressing *9 on your phone. When called on, please identify yourself by stating your full name and address, and put yourself back into mute when finished speaking. Excuse me. Residents can express their views for up to 3 minutes or at the discretion of the planning board chair. If a speaker does not comply with these guidelines or exceeds their allotted time, their participation will be disconnected from the meeting. All right, board members. So the first item on our agenda for this evening are approval of minutes, and the time is 6:40. And the minutes to be approved for tonight are from our October 19th meeting, the last meeting we held. Are there any comments on the minutes that members want to make? Bruce, I see your hand.
Yes, I read the meeting. I would move to adopt in entirety, except it's kind of a comment or a question in relation to the meadows. I'm stated as saying, this is on page 9, that I essentially agreed with Mr. Long, and that I noted the blame could be laid upon the town and the developer, and the town accepted the roads 15 years. If the town had accepted the roads 15 years ago, the town would be responsible for the progressive deterioration, and that's all accurate. But I said one thing additionally in there, which I think might be relevant, but you decide. I also said that I thought that the the failure of the town to collect 11 of the 13 surety payments for lot releases was, in my view, responsible for the lack of leverage that the town has. And I thought that that also is a factor in terms of, I was looking at, that there is failures, throughout this, and I thought that my attempt to document them should include that one. I think I said it. I'm sure I said it, but it wasn't recorded. I think I would like it to be recorded that that in addition to the following that notice about the failure, blame could be laid upon the town for its failure to collect 11 of the 13 surety payments, if you would add that there.
Okay, thank you. And you've made a motion with that includes inserting that language.
Yes, motion to approve.
Okay. Why don't we first determine whether we want to add that language? But before that, does anyone else have any other comments? Andrew?
No other comments. I was going to support Bruce's motion with the amended language.
Okay.
I don't recall what he said exactly, but I'm sure that he does in a second.
Okay, so Bruce, why don't you make a first motion to add that language?
Okay, essentially so moved, but Pam, have you got that language?
I do. I
Okay,
do.
so-
I mean, I'm going to go back into my notes and just, look to see exactly what you did say. But yeah, I have it.
All right,
Okay.
and Andrew, are you okay with seconding?
I am.
That
I am,
initial
Doug.
motion? Okay, so all right, so does anybody want to have any other comments on the minutes? I haven't seen or heard any other hands. All right, so let's make that, have that vote. So a motion to add to the minutes that Bruce stated that the town had also failed to collect 11 of the 13 sureties for the subdivision. All right, Bruce,
So moved.
and in favor or opposed?
Oh, move to adopt the amended minutes as amended.
All right.
Do you need a second?
I thought
And
Andrew,
Andrew seconded.
Okay, sorry.
Uh-oh. Mr. Marshall has frozen. Mr. Long, this may be your moment.
I'm next on the list. and I'm an I. Who would be next?
I believe I am, and I am an I as well.
Janet
I.
and Karen.
I.
And is that everyone?
Well, Doug did not give his vote.
It's true.
Hopefully, there he is. He's back.
Doug, everybody voted except for you at the moment. We went through. We carried on.
okay, so I'm in favor of adding Bruce's language to the minutes.
Okay.
Thank you for, I assume, jumping in, Tom. So, all right, so then let's do a motion to approve those minutes with the edit. And let's go through again. Bruce
Aye.
and Tom
I
and Andrew
I
and Janet,
I.
Karen,
I.
and I'm an I as well. All right.
Mr. Marshall, I need just a little bit of clarification. So we just did 2 motions and 2 votes is the way I'm seeing it. So I have the first and the second for the first motion, which I guess it was to just amend the minutes as suggested by Mr. Coldham. And so we took that vote. But now we've just taken a subsequent vote, which I believe is to approve those minutes, but I'm not sure who made the motion and who seconded that.
All right. Thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah,
So
I thought I made the motion.
Yeah, Bruce made one initial motion, but we didn't
okay,
clearly get a second.
okay,
I think we used Andrew's second on the first vote.
Okay.
So why don't you just say that I seconded it?
all right.
And I'm sorry for that.
It's okay, it's okay. I misunderstood to begin with. I thought the initial motion was to approve and amend and approve. So it's my misunderstanding, but thank you for the moment.
Okay. Okay, so the second item on our agenda, the time is 6:47. And we'll move on. So members of the public at this time, if you wish to make a comment. All right, I see one hand from Elizabeth Vierling. And this needs to be about topics that are not on our agenda tonight. So Elizabeth, if you would state your name and your address when you begin.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Yes, this is Elizabeth Vierling at 36 Cottage Street. I believe what I'm speaking about is not on the agenda. And I also understand that you are not required to respond to any comments at this time. But in any case, I did want to propose two questions and a comment. One was that I saw that the town has received a $75,000 grant for streetscape design. And I wondered how that fit with the RFP for town design standards, and if you could provide an update on the status of that RFP. Additionally, could you provide an update on the status of the review of the suitability of the Boltwood garage for adding parking levels, and if other sites other than behind CVS are seriously being evaluated? And those are my two questions. Whether or not you are able to answer them, I understand. My comment is, I can't help but comment that as I watch 11 East Pleasant Street rise, realize that it was approved without sufficient space between the building and the street for a tree of sufficient size to provide shade. And as you know, trees are also an important component of climate mitigation, which I thought was a town priority. And I hope that new streetscape design standards include that consideration. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Elizabeth. Let's see, for a moment, I had seen a second hand and it has dropped away. So Elizabeth, okay, yeah, your hand has now come down. All right, I don't see any other hands from the members of the public, so this public comment period will now end. All right, so the time now is 6:50 and we will move on into the third item on the agenda, and it is a joint public hearing. So in accordance with the provisions of Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, these public hearings have been duly advertised and notice thereof has been posted and is being held for the purpose of providing the opportunity for interested citizens to be heard regarding, first, a zoning bylaw for Article 2, zoning districts, and Article 3, use regulations, and Article 16, FEMA floodplain overlay district. This is continued from June 1st and September 7th and September 21st, all in this year. To see if the town will vote to add Article 16, FEMA floodplain overlay district to the zoning bylaw, and amend Article 2, zoning districts to add FEMA floodplain overlay district, and amend related sections of Article 3, use regulations, to regulate activities in the 100-year floodplain as shown in the flood insurance rate firm maps issued by the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, for the administration of the National Flood Insurance Program. Firm maps indicate areas that have a 1% chance of flooding in a given year. The purpose of the floodplain management regulations is to protect the public health, safety, and general welfare, and to minimize the harmful impacts of flooding upon the community. The second hearing is for the FEMA Floodplain Overlay District, also continued from the same dates, June 1st, September 7th, and September 21st, to see if the town will vote to amend the official zoning map to add the FEMA Floodplain Overlay District for the purpose of regulating activities as described in Article 16, FEMA Floodplain Overlay District. Are there any board disclosures? I do not see any hands for disclosure. All right, Chris, I think you are probably the applicant for this, or is it Nate?
Well, I have an opening statement that I'd like to offer, and then Nate will take it away with the presentation.
All right,
So, hello, I'm Christine Brestrup, Planning Director, and I'd like to update the Planning Board members about where we are with the flood mapping project. We've been talking to you about flood mapping for a long time now, and we actually have been working on this project since 2012. There have been a number of delays in moving forward, but we're finally in a position so that the Planning Board can offer a recommendation. The CRC recently offered a recommendation on this project. On April 25th, the Town Council referred the zoning portion of this project and the associated changes to the official zoning map to the Planning Board and the CRC for public hearings. And on May 2nd, the Town Council referred the firm map or flood insurance rate maps and the flood insurance study to the CRC for a recommendation. The Planning Board is not required to make a recommendation on those two things. The CRC opened a public hearing on the project on May 26th, and the Planning Board opened its public hearing on the project on June 1st. The CRC public hearing that was held in May was continued a couple of times, and then finally on October 27th, the CRC made a recommendation on all four of these items, a positive recommendation to the Town Council. The reason for the recent delays had been that we had everything in place, but we were waiting to receive the flood maps. And we have finally received the flood maps. And I believe you had a link to those flood maps sent to you with your packet materials. The Planning Board public hearing was opened in June and continued several times, as Doug mentioned. Our letter of final determination from FEMA arrived in August, but then it took 2 months more for the maps and the flood insurance study to arrive. So we finally got them in mid-October. The town of Amherst is a participant in the National Flood Insurance Program, which is administered by FEMA. And this program provides flood insurance for property owners whose properties are subject to flooding, if the municipality in which the property is located participates in the National Flood Insurance Program. I'm not going to repeat the history of the project as I have on numerous occasions, but if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. The maps that we have currently in place are from 1983 and I think 1981, and they were based on the USGS topography with 10-foot contour intervals. And now, and those maps were also based on data that was gathered up until the early 1970s. The new maps are based on Town of Amherst GIS topography at 1-foot contour intervals, and they're based on more recently gathered data. This means that the new maps are much more accurate in terms of where flooding occurs. So the town needs to, the Town Council needs to adopt the flood insurance rate maps as well as the flood insurance study. And Town Council also needs to adopt the zoning amendment that Nate will present to you, and the changes to the official zoning map. And the Planning Board needs to make a recommendation on the two zoning issues. If the town fails to adopt the new flood maps, the town of Amherst will no longer be able to participate in the flood insurance program, and people in Amherst will not be able to purchase flood insurance through the flood insurance program. Now Nate Malloy will present the zoning amendments to Articles 2, 3, and an additional Article 16, and also present the changes to the official zoning map to you. And we'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Nate, I know we've talked about the zoning several times, so I'm hoping you can focus on what's changed in the zoning from the last time we talked about it, and then show us
Sure.
the maps.
Sure, yeah, I have a half an hour presentation, Doug. I can, I'll slowly go through it. No, so, yeah, in brief, we have to have local regulations that regulate development in the floodplain. And so what we're doing is creating, Article 16, its own section, the FEMA Floodplain Overlay District. And so we've previewed this a few times with you in the CRC. The state has looked at our bylaw and said it's all right. And so, there's other parts of the bylaw that are affected. And so I'm just going to share my screen and I'll walk. I guess, Pam, you also give me permission to share because when I made you host, I guess I disabled my ability to.
Okay, I'm gonna make you a co-host.
Sure. So, it's our zoning that becomes our regulatory tool that will keep us compliant with FEMA and the FIRM program. And so if that's visible for everyone, there's 3 sections of the bylaw that's changing. There's Article 2 where we define zoning districts. And so this hasn't changed since May or June. It's the definition of the FEMA floodplain overlay district. So it's actually what Doug read as the part of the hearing notice. It's the area defined by the 1% chance of flooding based on the new FIRM map. So that's Article 2. In Article 3, there's 2 sections that mention development in floodways. One is this 3.13. And so what's shown in bold italics is what's changing. We're just saying, see also Article 16, FEMA Floodplain Overlay District. And then there's 3.22, the Flood Prone Conservancy District. And so the FPC is actually a base zoning district. That is not changing. And so in some cases, the FEMA Overlay District is going to be on top of the FPC. And so we've added this language in bold that the floodplain regulations found in Article 16 shall take precedence over any less restrictive conflicting provisions of this bylaw. And, again, this language has been in place for, a few months, many months, and it hasn't changed. And the state finds that this works. And so really what we then have is Article 16 is the FEMA bylaw. And this bylaw will only apply to those areas that are mapped. And so it doesn't apply outside of anything else in town. It really only applies where there's the regulated flood hazard area. And so what we have here is the marked up version, Doug, to show what's changed since you've last seen it. There's a little spelling mistake up here. The really important piece is when Chris said we received our letter of final determination, the maps and flood studies are dated February 9th, 2023. And so what that means is we have to have our local vote on these regulations 4 to 6 weeks ahead of that. And then we send it to the state and FEMA for their final review and approval. And they have to approve it by February 9th. And so that becomes the effective date of our new maps and flood insurance study. If we are delayed doing that, then, well, I'm not sure what will happen, but let's hope we don't get there. There are some language changes, just minor in the purposes, prevent the occurrence of public emergencies. There's an addition, allow the floodplain to operate naturally and drain floodwaters without development that can add to flooding. So, nothing, so like I said, these are just the changes in the last, 4 to 6 weeks. In the definition section, we used to parenthetically reference every code after each defined term, and we found that to be somewhat kind of difficult, and it was confusing. So we actually say the definitions are based on state building code, standard references found in the state building code, and FEMA regulations found in the Code of Federal Regulations. And so where you see where we define development, we've removed this parenthetical afterwards, and it's not really necessary. The state coordinator said we don't really have to do that. have this parenthetical and that this statement was fine. And so really that's what's changed within the bylaw. We actually don't have this type of flood hazard boundary map, so that could be removed from the definitions. We don't have that, and that's not what we're adopting in Amherst. We clarified that that in the floodway, it's the elevation shown on the approved firm maps as opposed to the designated height. Just to clarify that that's what, how the floodway is defined. And again, these definitions are only applicable within the FEMA floodplain overlay. So, it's not, it doesn't apply anywhere else. So where we see new construction, again, that's only for the FEMA area. None of this has changed. It's all been the same. Start of construction, we say we added that the actual start of construction must commence within 180 days. And it said it where the statement is crossed out, but we felt it was cleaner language this way. It didn't change the meaning at all. And so these defined terms, we added an A and a B here. It was in, we separated it out again, just to clarify it. The floodplain administrator, so the state recommends having a position that can help administer the bylaw. And here we're naming the planning director. In the absence of the planning director, their designee. And, some communities have a different position. Really, we think the planning director is in a good position because it coordinates with many departments, conservation, public works. And really the floodplain administrator is helping to make sure that everything's coordinated. They don't necessarily have to enforce, certain regulations. They just have to make sure that the applicant or the town is following them. And so here we had said that their duties may include, and so, the state said we don't even have to list these specific duties of the floodplain administrator. We're doing that in part just to help educate, an applicant, the town, and boards and committees. And so we've restructured this a little bit. Coordination with local departments. We removed oversight of the application review process because that's something that will happen. We're saying up here, ensuring permits are applied for. And so again, it was somewhat redundant. We say working with the appropriate local staff to coordinate compliance issues and enforcement actions, maintaining current and historic FEMA maps. And then so these sections were re-lettered, renumbered. We also removed the addresses from the FEMA 1 risk analysis and the Massachusetts state coordinator, just in case they change, the bylaw doesn't have to change. And so that was acceptable to the state, just to mention that we have to provide notice to them. The real, the regulatory piece of this is, 16.3, the regulations. And so this follows the standard FEMA bylaw. The one difference is 16.31 local permitting. So FEMA wants to know that the town of Amherst will monitor any development in the floodplain. And so this first paragraph right here, it says the town of Amherst requires a permit for all proposed construction or other development in the FEMA floodplain overlay district. And the rest of that is really standard FEMA language. New construction, changes to existing buildings, placement of manufactured homes, agricultural facilities, fill. What we're proposing is kind of our local language is what's shown here. It says the town's permit review process includes the requirement that the proponent obtain all local, state, and federal permits. It says, in addition to any building permit or other local, state, federal permits needed, any development in the FEMA floodplain overlay district down here shall require a review by the wetlands administrator to determine if review and approval by the Conservation Commission is required. And so that's actually happening right now with our new permitting software. Anytime a permit is located within a floodplain area, it's all electronic. The wetlands administrator is notified and they have to review it. So even an electrical permit gets flagged and they review it. And so by adding this language here, and we have a new permit, we're starting with some new permit software, the wetlands administrator really will review all permits. And then if they determine it needs some type of permitting process, most of it will require review and approval by the Conservation Commission. Then we follow the FEMA guidelines. And if no review is required, then the wetlands administrator can note that in the permitting software. And again, that's compliant with FEMA. So that's the local piece. The rest of all this, section 16.3, like I said, is kind of standard language from FEMA. Encroachment to floodways, unnumbered flood zones. And as you can see, none of this has really changed. Subdivision approvals, we just included by town staff, just to clarify who's looking at this. So, if there's a subdivision, we just have to make sure that, that we're following what's also in this section of the bylaw. And base flood elevation, we said greater than 50 lots and or 5 acres, as opposed to whichever is less, which we thought was somewhat confusing. We changed a little bit of the language here again. And again, we eliminated the addresses for the state coordinator or the firm program specialist, just so that if the address changes, we don't have to change the bylaw. We're saying that the floodplain administrator shall is required to request from the state building code if there's an appeal or a variance request. And so, that's something that we would do anyways. Instead of saying will, it's shall. And really, I guess the big change is we name the building commissioner as the enforcement officer. And the building commissioner is the zoning enforcement officer, and so this is a piece of zoning. So it really shouldn't be the floodplain administrator. They're really the coordinator, and the building commissioner is named elsewhere in the bylaw as the zoning enforcement officer. So we don't actually need this enforcement section. It's kind of repetitive to other sections of the bylaw, but it's nice to have it all in one, FEMA overlay district section. So, those are, I just went over Article 2, 3, and now the proposed 16. What it looks like is, here's one map panel. And so this is, here's Amherst College, here's the center of town. Sorry about that. The new map panels, it's really touchy, are based on overlay districts. Are overlaying over the aerial photographs. And they're a lot more accurate. So the current maps, like Chris said, are from 1983. They don't have any structures. They don't have any aerial imagery, and they're hard to read. This one, and it's, there we are, is showing the actual floodway and the cross hatching, and then the regulated area in blue. And so it's really detailed, right? It really follows the elevation, the contours. There's cross sections here with specific elevations. And so this is a lot more accurate than it used to be. And so when Chris mentioned that this has taken a while, these maps were essentially generated in 2020 with new regression analysis that was developed in the late 2010s. And so the maps themselves really haven't changed. All the studies and everything were done. What happened was on some of the map panels, some of the mapping itself needed to be updated with the new regression equation. So it's not as if the boundaries were wrong. The maps just hadn't been updated to show some of the new areas. And I guess FEMA was really strict about labeling of cross elevations and sectional elevations. And so some of the labeling was incorrect. And so FEMA just required that these map panels be adjusted. Now, all these map panels, man, this thing is really, really touchy, will have an effective date of, it should have it of February 3rd, February 9th, 2023. If that's visible. I'm trying to zoom out a little bit. Yeah, so map revised February 9th, 2023. And so when adopted, this will have, that's the date. There's a webpage on the town's planning department that has a comparison map. And I think this is a more useful tool to show townwide what it looks like. And so it shows the yellow is the 1983 map, and the blue is the updated map. And so if we zoom in, you can see in this area of town, the yellow is the old map, and so the boundary is not as accurate in terms of topography, and the newer map is. And so this is a slider map, so you could, you can zoom in, but you can see you could turn it on and off the whole town. So here's what it would look like today with the current 83 maps, and here's what it would look like with the proposed maps. And so the overlay district only applies what's shown in blue here. And so those definitions, the regulations only apply in this area. And so, in this section, you can see where it's a lot more accurate in terms of following topography. It follows the stream corridor a little bit more accurately. So in some cases on the 83 map, the stream or river is actually almost outside the actual floodway, the flood map area. And so, you know, this is really what it captures. And so, you know, I could zoom out and show you the whole town again, but this is really what it will look like. You know, if this is adopted, this is where it applies, just in this area.
Okay, thank you, Nate. So board members, any questions? Andrew.
Thanks, Doug. I actually don't have a question. Nate, I was just going to say that the link for the map, the slider map and our attachment wasn't working for me.
Okay.
You showed it before, so it's fine. I've seen it, but if anybody else was trying it, they may not be able to connect either.
Okay.
Bruce.
Just wanted to say what a great job it appears that everybody's done, all before I arrived here, of course. But I think it needs to be said it's clearly been a pretty prolonged act of heavy lifting or just sustained lifting. So thank you all. It's very impressive.
All right. Thank you, Bruce. I would second your comments. Anybody else have any comments? I don't see any other hands. Not seeing any. I will ask the public attendees. Do any of you want to make comments on these flood maps and the zoning proposed changes to incorporate them in this district? Not seeing any public hands raised. Well, maybe we can move right to a vote. Tom?
I would move to would it be approve this?
I believe we're recommending to town council.
Recommending, I would move to recommend this. Very complete and well-presented document from Nate.
All right, Karen. If I read your
I
lips.
second that.
Yes, okay.
I second this, yes.
Okay, thank you, Karen. And thank you, Tom. Let's see, are there any other comments before we go ahead and vote? So the motion is to recommend to town council that they adopt the zoning changes and incorporate the maps and create the overlay district. Is that close enough, Nate?
Sounds good.
Yeah, that sounds good. I mean, it could also, the motion could also include to close the hearing.
Yep.
So moved.
All right. All right, so then, Karen, I see your hand. Okay, it's a legacy.
I will second.
All right, thank you, Janet.
Karen had already seconded.
Okay, Bruce, can you, how do you vote?
Aye.
All right, thank you. Tom?
Aye.
Andrew?
Aye.
Janet?
Aye.
Karen?
I,
And I'm an aye as well. So 6 in favor and 1 member absent. Congratulations, Nate and Chris and Pam, however much you contributed. And this has been a long slog, I guess. Hopefully it'll be another 50 years before we have to do this again. Okay, so moving along to the next item in our agenda. All right, the time now is 7:16. And we have a zoning bylaw hearing, item 4 on the agenda. In accordance with the provisions of Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, these public hearings have been duly advertised and notice thereof has been posted and is being held for the purpose of providing the opportunity for interested citizens to be heard regarding a zoning bylaw proposal for food and drink establishments.
We lost you, Mr. Marshall.
All right, I'm back. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
All right, I seem to have a bad internet connection tonight. All right, so I don't know exactly when I froze, so I'll say the time now is 7:18 and we are doing a zoning bylaw for food and drink establishments, Article 3, use regulations, Article 5, accessory uses, Article 11, administration and enforcement, and Article 12, definitions. To see if the town will vote to amend Article 3, use regulations, to delete existing use categories in section 3.352.0, class 1, restaurant, cafe, lunchroom, cafeteria, or similar place. Section 3.352.1, class 2, restaurant or bar, and section 3.352.0, restaurant, cafe, bar with food, or other similar food and beverage establishment where food is available at all times. Section 3.352.1, bar with no food served. Section 3.352.2, nightclub, and section 3.352.3, any of the above, food and drink establishments with occupant capacity of more than 250 occupants. And to add standards and conditions for these uses, and to amend Article 5, accessory uses, sections 5.041, 042, and 043 to allow seasonal outdoor dining as an accessory use to a principal use authorized by section 3.3, to allow outdoor furnishings associated with such use to remain in place between November 1 and April 1, as long as the use is active and operational, to remove the prohibitions on outdoor heating and cooling devices, and to allow live or pre-recorded entertainment as an accessory use to a principal use authorized by section 3.3, and to delete reference to drive-in restaurants, and to amend Article 11, administration and enforcement, to rearrange the paragraphs describing when site plan review is not required, and to clarify the requirements and process for granting administrative approval, and to amend Article 12, definitions, by clarifying section 12.05 bar, and by deleting section 12.11 drive up restaurant, and any associated renumbering that may be necessary. That's probably the longest sentence I've ever read. Do we have any board member disclosure for this hearing? All right, I do not see any. Chris or Nate, which of you would like to make the presentation?
I don't have an introduction, so Nate is going to make the presentation, and I wanted to point out that Rob Mora is here, and he can answer questions.
Thank you.
Sure. Thanks, everyone. Nate Malloy, a planner with the town, and I'll be presenting this food and drink establishment zoning amendment. I think Doug covered it all in that one long statement. I'll go into a little more detail though. I'm going to share my screen. I have a presentation, and then we can walk through the language of the bylaw. And so the planning board has seen this before, and there's been some slight changes in response to comments from the planning board and CRC. And so, what may have started as, Article 14, we're really calling it updating food and drink establishments, because that's what we're doing, that one classification, the use classification in the zoning bylaw. And so, the background is that planning staff had been looking at changes to 3.352 prior to COVID. And then when the pandemic hit and we were using Article 14, we realized that we could do this. We have the capacity. We've been applying standards and conditions for the past 20 years that really seem to work. And so, what Janet found was the town meeting action from 2001. And so that had updated the bylaw at that time. And my thought is that this is, an update based on 20 more years of experience. And so, we're trying to make it better and better. Additionally, the Community Resources Committee, town staff, and the business community liked certain aspects of Article 14 temporary zoning and wanted to see if those could be incorporated into the bylaw. And so some of that is administrative approval. Some of that is the accessory uses in Article 5. And so, because of that, this zoning amendment actually touches a number of different articles in the bylaw. The purpose is really to have new classifications of food and drink establishments that correspond to the uses that we're seeing. Right now we don't really have a definition for a bar or a nightclub, although those are what we're seeing being requested and proposed. We'd like to clarify and improve the permitting process for businesses in the downtown and village centers, and apply the lessons of Article 14. And so typically right now, there are uses that could go through site plan review, but because there's no changes to the exterior of a building, they get administratively approved. And that's happening right now. And it was happening before Article 14, and it's happening with Article 14 right now. And so the planning board actually doesn't see many applications for restaurants or food and drink establishments. And, so I think we think that's a great way to encourage businesses to stay and expand in Amherst. And so we're trying to formalize the administrative review process in Article 11. And, this supports efforts of the bid and chamber. And this is just an example of what was permitted through Article 14. The spoke expanded to include this whole building. It almost essentially doubled in size. Mexicalito opened and Garcia's opened. And so during Article 14, the town developed an application process. And so although it was administrative approval, an applicant had to submit a management plan, floor plan, site plan, and there was a written decision that was filed with the town. And so that's something that Article 14 authorized, and it's really not in the bylaw now, and that's what we're suggesting in Article 11 to move forward, is that even an administrative approval has a record of the decision. Just to highlight that there's 5 zoning districts where this applies. It's in the business village center and limited business, neighborhood business, general business, and commercial. And so it's these areas that are highlighted in red and pink and cross-hatching. So the regulations in terms of where food and drink establishments are permitted only happens in these areas. Everywhere else, they're not allowed. Just a comparison of what's existing and what's proposed. So right now we have class 1, class 2, and class 3 definitions in the use table. So class 1 is a restaurant, cafe, lunchroom, cafeteria, or similar place that closes before 11:30. It's site plan review, but mostly it's administrative approval. There's class 2, which is a restaurant or bar. It's open after 11:30, and it's a special permit. And then there's a drive-up restaurant that's also a special permit. Proposed is new definitions in the use table. So restaurant, cafe, bar with food, or other similar food or beverage establishment. And so it's site plan review, administrative approval. There's bar with no food. And so when we had this discussion before, Doug, you asked, well, what does it mean by no food? But really that means they don't have a kitchen. So that's a special permit. If there's a bar that has a full kitchen, then it's in the first category here, bar with food. And so that's something that staff and the building commission understand. A nightclub, which there are a few in Amherst, and there's been some discussion about there could be more. That's a special permit. An establishment with with occupancy of more than 250. And so that's not seating, that's an occupant load by code. And so again, that's special permit. So what we're proposing is that, uses that may have more impacts are still by special permit, and ones that we've seen can be can be managed through conditions that we have been applying, can be through site plan review. And so for the last 20 years, class 2 restaurants are pretty much always approved with a standard set of conditions. And so we can apply that now in the site plan review, and not have them go through a special permit process. In terms of what it would look like, existing restaurants and how they'd fit into the proposed permitting pathways, Johnny's Tavern, El Comolito, Pita Pockets, and House of Teriyaki. And we have the maximum occupant capacity shown. And so there was a question about why was 250 chosen as a threshold. And so Johnny's, for instance, is about 175 right now. And that has been managed really well for its size through the permitting it has. If it jumps to 250, then it may become more impactful. And so 250 really was, to allow some existing to expand, and it's around that size is where the size and possible impacts could be greater. So that's, why we chose 250. A bar with no food is like the Moan and Dove. So prepackaged food or certain things like peanuts or, a bag of pretzels is not considered food in this instance. And so that'd be a special permit. Hazel's Blue Lagoon is a nightclub. And then the Hangar in ABC, has a capacity of almost 400. So that would be a special permit. And, with the changes to food and drink establishments, as Doug read, there's changes to accessory uses in Article 5. We're trying to formalize administrative approval in Article 11, and then slight modifications to definitions in Article 12. And so although we're trying to update the food and drink establishments and just in table 3, it has this ripple effect for these other areas. I was just going to quickly walk through those. And so existing table 3, basically everything's being removed except for this one condition that in the neighborhood business district, a class 1 restaurant shall have no more than 30 seats, indoor and out, both indoor and outdoor, and it shall stop serving alcohol at 9, and that there's this perimeter of this buffer at an outside wall of a building occupied by the establishment shall be located more than 100 feet from any residential dwelling in a residential district. And so everything else in this section would be replaced with a proposal to have these new uses: a restaurant, cafe, bar with food or other similar food, beverage establishment, a bar with no food. And what's shown in blue here is what's changed since the last time. You've seen it, and what was, the CRC also asked for some changes. So a nightclub, parenthetically as defined by the state building code. Right. And then, any food or drink establishment with an occupant capacity of more than 250. And so a nightclub, the state building code says that it's, has less seating than capacity, like loud music, dim lighting. So there is a definition in the state building code that would be applied if someone was asking for it. And so, and then as applicable, we have all these standards and conditions that can lead to conditions in an administrative approval or site plan review. And so, if applicable, they're subject to the Board of Licensing Commissioners, other state and local codes. Accessory uses, we're specifically calling out outdoor dining, live or pre-recorded entertainment, and a drive-through facility. We're asking that they operate and be maintained in accordance with an approved site plan, floor plan, a layout plan with occupant capacity for indoor and outdoor dining, a patron management plan, a general management plan, a parking management plan, and a traffic impact statement. And so even if an applicant were applying for site plan review and it was determined to be administratively approved because there are no changes, we would still ask for all of these things, which could lead to conditions in an administrative approval. We're asking that the management plan include hours of operations, trash and refuse storage, outdoor dining if applicable, queuing, signage, lighting, delivery, noise containment, and response to complaints. And what's new here is strategies to screen buffer adjacent properties from noise and other impacts, employee parking, and other requested information. So, in the management plan now, there's going to be a section where if, we're asking applicants to describe how they can protect adjacent properties. And so, if they say they're going to manage, how they close in terms of directing people down a certain street or something, then that can become a condition that can be part of the permitting. And so, the language isn't too exact, but what it's doing is it's helping direct staff and the applicant to what could be conditions. Electronic ID verification if they are serving alcohol. On-site staff training and certifications, including crowd control and tips. Number 8, reusable tableware shall be used for outdoor table service. All areas to be cleaned in daily and left in a clean condition by the end of normal business hours. Outdoor furniture shall be placed to meet clearance, services, and egress requirements. And then this BN condition that remains from the current. And so, what we're proposing is everything here in bold italics in table 3. I'll just walk through Article 11 quickly. As I mentioned, a number of site plan review, whether it's food and drink or other site plan review uses, if there are minimal changes to the exterior, then they actually are administratively approved now. And we're proposing to strengthen that administrative process. So it's shown here in bold italics as being proposed, and what's in red strike through is proposed to be removed. So, we're just clarifying that, site plan review shall not be required when, and these were already in the bylaw, and we're just renumbering them and nesting them under the site plan review is not required when, just so it's clear. When there's no physical change to the exterior of a building or site, the only change to the exterior of a building or site includes the installation of signs in compliance with Article 8, and a change of use is proposed and no physical changes to the exterior or site will occur, and the building commissioner determines that the changes won't conflict with the purpose of this bylaw and finds that the proposed use will not result in further need for review under the following section. And minor alteration for building to building exterior or site. So as you can see, there's minor changes to these sections, but essentially this language is already in the bylaw. And so if any of this occurs, there really isn't site plan review. It's administratively approved. What we're adding is this new section, administrative approval in instances where site plan review is not required. We're saying no work shall commence until the building commissioner has authorized the work or use to proceed. The building commissioner may approve with conditions, or deny the proposal. Decisions shall be made in writing, filed with the town clerk, and kept on record with the Conservation and Development Department. The building commissioner, in consultation with the planning director, shall be authorized to apply any design review criteria found in Article 3, Section 3.204, Design Review Principles and Standards. And so this isn't taking away review by design review board, but it's saying that staff, the building commissioner, could apply those in an administrative review instance. And then 11.213 gets just renumbered, but it's already in the bylaw that they may seek guidance. The building commissioner may seek guidance from the design review board or historical commission. And so really the big change to Article 11 is this paragraph, strengthening administrative approval and reorganizing when site plan review is not required. So we're renumbering and putting all this together. In Article 12, as Doug mentioned, we're changing the definition of a bar slightly, where we say food may be incidental to the consumption and service of alcohol. And so we have a definition of bar. And then we're deleting a drive-up restaurant. Essentially, we would now consider a restaurant, a drive-up restaurant, a restaurant, and then the drive-through facility is considered an accessory use. And so, we're deleting this because this would just become a restaurant, which is a defined term further in the bylaw. And I think I could stop. I guess there is section 5, which maybe I skipped, accessory uses. We're proposing to say that anything, so it's only 5.04 retail, business and consumer services. We're saying that seasonal outdoor dining, including sidewalk cafes, courtyard or terrace dining, and similar uses may be permitted in the BG, BL, BVC, BN, or COM. So this is already here. As long as an accessory to a principal use authorized by section 3.3 and subject to the same review as the principal use. And so before it listed, 1, 2, or 3, we're proposing to eliminate that. And so there's some question about, so any use in section 3.3, which is the use chart, and we're saying yes, but it has to be accessory. So, is someone really going to go through the effort of spending, 6 figures to put in a kitchen to have an accessory use to, say like, a gas station? Maybe a gas station would say I could come up with some accessory dining options, but really it has to be accessory to that. We're allowing outdoor dining, saying any structure or framework for the dining shall remain as long as the accessory use is active and operational. And that, before we'd say that it couldn't operate between November and April, but we're saying, if someone wants to maintain outdoor dining year round, then let's have them try that. And so the changes to this section are allowing that. Also in 5.0413, it had said no such facility shall be equipped with freestanding heating and cooling devices or served by an HVAC system of adjacent buildings. And we're striking that. We found during the pandemic that we actually did install freestanding heaters and they worked really well. For live or pre-recorded music, we're kind of following a similar instance to outdoor dining, that they are accessory to any principal use allowed in section 3.3, or a bed and breakfast. So if it's a special permit use or a site plan, then it will be allowed by that, as opposed to just specifically to a restaurant, bar, inn, or bed and breakfast. And I think those are the changes to the accessory uses. We removed this one section in drive-through facilities because it's no longer proposed in the use chart. So, drive-through facility would still be allowed as an accessory use if someone wanted to do that. And so those are the changes to the accessory uses. So, much of this is already in the bylaw. We're not changing a lot. We're trying to expand outdoor dining to go year round, and that it could be permitted as accessory to a few different things, not just restaurants or bars.
Right. Thanks, Nate. All right, I see a couple of hands from board members. Thanks for your patience. Janet.
Nate, I wonder if you can go back to your PowerPoint on the one that has like the current.
The little chart.
Yeah, the original PowerPoint, and it has let's see, go back. I think it was your second or third slide. And so, when I was looking at the planning board report to town meeting, in the old days, any bar or restaurant had to have a special permit, and then they broke out into these different categories. And so looking at the existing class 1 restaurant, there's also a distance from residents, residents in an R zone, a residential zone. And so you can go from class 1, a class 2 restaurant, a restaurant and a bar that's open after 11:30 could be class 1 if it's more than 150 feet away from a home. And so I think that in a way, the existing category, you're not including all the factors. So proximity to private homes or, residences or apartments in a residential zone can put you either in class 1 and class 2. So I think that's sort of, so I think that this chart doesn't kind of explain what, all the reasons you go into class 1 and class 2. And I saw, when I was reading, my question has been, why did the planning department, the planning board, the zoning subcommittee, the select board, town meeting vote in these categories? And so I thought that the planning board report was really useful. And they recognized the planning, the recommendation from the board was they recognized that impacts on residents would be based on different factors, proximity to, apartments or homes, how late is it open, and are people drinking, and, with the idea that last call, is kind of an exciting time and loud time. And I don't know what has changed that would make us go from special permit for every bar and restaurant to loosening up some criteria that we have now, site plan review, mostly administrative approval for a restaurant or a cafe that closes before 11:30 or stays open after 11:30, but it's not close to homes, where people sleep. So,
So your question is what's changed, right?
yeah, and it
So
seems like,
let's see what Nate and Rob have to say about that.
well, I guess what has changed in terms of impacts on, residents and what,
Okay,
Yeah, so I think what's changed is, we've had 20 years of experience, and now in the proposed use chart, we've developed a standard set of conditions that would be in place. So, 1 through 10, which weren't in place prior to 2001 when this was adopted. And so, we're asking for a number of things that weren't asked for before, from site plan to floor plan to a management plan that has noise containment in response to complaints to buffering. So, we have 20 years of experience. And what we found was, what we had mentioned this last time, many places will come in, get a class 1 permit, and then immediately transition to a class 2. And once they're already established, they almost always get approved as a class 2. And so what we found was that the distance to the residential districts and the time of operation, could be managed with these conditions right here we're proposing. And so it wasn't, they're not as relevant as they were prior to 2000 because perhaps the bylaw didn't have as much teeth in it in terms of conditions that were being written into a restaurant. We've also, one thing just to clarify is that a bar with no food and a bar with food could be the same establishment, but they may be 2 different uses. And so they may actually have to have 2 different permits. And so the Monkey Bar is an example where for most of the time they operate as a bar with food and they'd be site plan review. But after hours, say at 9 o'clock, they're going to close their kitchen and they're going to become a bar with no food, 4 nights a week. Then they actually still have to get a special permit because now they're a bar with no food. And so if a restaurant, what we found is that if a restaurant wants to serve food and stay open late, they don't need to have a special permit. They can be site plan review. If they want to transition to a bar with no food, that's actually a different use category, and they would need both a site plan review and a special permit. And so we don't think we're reducing the protections to neighborhoods. We're actually incorporating it in these standards and conditions we're proposing in the bylaw.
look,
And so
I'm not quarreling with that, but there'd be no notice to abutters? There'd be no public hearing, there'd be no opportunity for residents or anybody to participate in almost, all things that fall in that category of bar, restaurant, food, after 11:30, close to residents. So that's what the huge change is the taking the lack of a notice to abutters, a public hearing, a chance for the public to participate and to know when the permit issues and how to appeal it if they choose to. So I think that is a big change. I don't quarrel with, I think these standards and conditions are great. I think there's a lot of really good things in these changes, but I do think this is a huge change to take it out of the public, the public eye. Abutters have no notice, and then also no resident has any ability to participate in an open hearing like we have here. And so, so I guess what my question is, what has changed? Well, the impacts really haven't changed. The public's interest in these type of establishments when they're close to them, when they're open late and they're loud. And, if we bootstrap in the live music and outdoor dining, a lot of these things can happen with actually no notice to the public, abutters, or participation. Because if it's under site plan review, the building commissioner is doing most of those. And things just will happen in people's neighborhoods without noticing it. So I just don't, that's my fundamental issue. But I kind of just wonder, like, the current process seems to be working fine. People have a chance to know what's going on, participate. People, restaurants and bars are getting permits. Probably the permits are adjusted by comments. So I'm not quite sure why there's such a seismic change in this part of these bylaws. Other parts I think are really good.
Well, I mean, I like to think of it as like, the 2001 was an update on something that was 30 years old, and now we're updating it 20 years later because we found there's ways to improve it. And so, currently anything that's site plan review, if there's no changes, doesn't get noticed, and it goes through administrative approval. So if there is something that changes to the exterior or needs to, outdoor dining is added to an establishment, that's a site plan review hearing and abutters are noticed. If it's
you're
permitted as site plan review and the outdoor dining stays and then the restaurant changes hands, there's already a land use permit on there with conditions. And so, right, the butters won't be noticed. That doesn't change. That's what happens now. That's what would happen in the future in the proposed changes. So,
But you've taken special permit and reduced it quite greatly. You've taken that away from the ZBA quite a bit.
well, so what we found is that the ZBA approves almost all the permits. So there's really no discretion being used, right? And so if they're not denying them and they're standardizing their conditions, right? We've just taken that and applied it in the use chart. And now it can be site plan review because we found out what conditions can work. And
But
so,
I think we all agree on the conditions, the need for that, but now does the ZBA do people come and talk? They have notice to abutters, they have residents will know, there's going to be a change in hours or, so I don't see what the problem is other than, I mean, I love the standards and conditions. I think that makes sense, but I don't love the idea that we're reducing public participation, abutter notice and the board's participation.
Okay, I think that's
I'll
clear.
stop.
That's clear. And I think it'll be up to the rest of the board members whether they agree with you on that concern. Other board members, Bruce.
I chatted with Janet about this quite a while back, but perhaps I just want to clear. I know that when we went through this last time, I think I said that having had some concerns, largely because I probably didn't fully understand, and then Nate, particularly with your summary, which was even more detailed than it was tonight, I think I concluded that I was satisfied with a lot of my concerns, with single exception, and that was the 250 threshold number. And I asked you where did that come from, and you gave a full answer, but included in the full answer was something about stuff sticking to walls and so forth. And I asked you whether you would provide some examples, and you have. And and the examples were that, as you read, and it seems to me that most of the establishments, the thresholds, their occupancies are quite low. I mean, relative to 250. Johnny's was 175. I'm wondering whether Janet's concerns, although actually I'll break here. I just want to ask a clarifying question for a moment. I think I understand correctly that the public notifications, hearings, abutters notice, and so forth, is still applies when there is a site plan review hearing, right? So all of those SPRs are going to involve abutters receiving notices, and there will be a public hearing, and people can ask questions. Is that correct?
Nate?
that's true. So I guess what Janet is saying that is, once a site plan review is already approved, there can be an administrative approval if there are no changes to the exterior or something, if there's a new establishment comes in.
Okay.
And so I think that's the concern is that, but that administrative approval happens now. But yes, a site plan review does require a hearing and, abutter notices and.
Okay, that helps me to understand Janet's concern a little more. But continue with my concern, I guess, still is that the 250 number seems pretty high, and it would seem that Janet's concerns, or at least to the extent that I share Janet's concerns, it would be ameliorated by lowering that threshold. And so my question is there any structural problem, any administrative problem, any kind of problem that would be in just taking that down to I don't know, 175, for example. In other words, because I'm thinking about the rather large commercial area in North Amherst. I mean, these potsy little spot, almost essentially spot zone limited business and business neighborhood businesses and so forth that are around. One thing, they are kind of in the neighborhoods, but they're quite small. But up in North Amherst, we have quite a large area of village center business, and then an even larger section of commercial. And whereas I can see something like Johnny's arriving under the process that you're describing, but anything much bigger than that might be something that I'd be concerned about. So on the basis of what you've presented and the data so far as the examples of existing enterprises and their occupancies, I guess it feels like I would be more comfortable if the threshold number was lowered, but that simply reduces the question. Is there any problem? Does it make it difficult in any way if that threshold was lowered from 250 to, let's say, 200 or 175?
Nate?
I think 175 is getting low enough where some things that may be currently site plan review and then might have to all of a sudden be special permit. So, you know, Johnny's is an example. I think, you know, 200 is a safer number where, existing establishments, wouldn't all of a sudden become non-compliant or have to become, a special permit just because of their occupancy, even though they were permitted through site plan review. Rob may know better, but I think, the lower you go, the more complicated it could get depending on size. So I think, maybe 200 would be a better number.
It just seems to me that most of these buildings are well below that, and I mean, all of the others are below 100.
Why don't we see, Rob's got his hand up. Rob, would you like to say something?
I just wanted to mention that the occupant load also includes staff. So just to have that in mind, that when you get up to the 175 to 200 or 200 plus, it's not uncommon for a busy night to have 30 staff as part of that count. So I just want to make sure you're aware of that. And it was thought to be a comfortable number at 250 from our experience. It was what we had recommended to Nate in the planning department. I don't think we have any establishment at 250 other than the hangar. The closest is the Monkey Bar at 240. And then it starts to drop at 225 for the Ginger Garden. And then most of the other establishments are at that, 180, 190. And that's what we're really seeing with the newer establishments that are coming forward, such as Protocol and the Oyster Bar. Those are just under 200 for an occupant load. So I just wanted to let you know that it also includes the staffing that would be on site during the time of operation.
Thank you, Rob. And it's my understanding that the occupant load is not the actual number of seats. It's the code calculated occupancy based on the area of the serving area.
That's right. And it's actually includes in most of these establishments now a standing area only. So there's bar seating, and then there's standing area behind the bar that calculates square footage that allows a certain number of occupants to be there in that area. So an establishment, such as Protocol that's proposing 170 occupants might only have 80 or 90 seats, at tables. The rest of it could be standing and bar seating.
Okay, thank you. Tom, you've got your hand up. You're next.
Sure, thanks, Doug. I mean, I just had a quick comment in that I feel like I've been on this committee for quite some time, and every time a new project comes up, it's all about how do we create more commercial space, and all of a sudden I feel like now we're trying to restrict that space, like how it's used. And as Rob said, the scale of the space isn't just the numbers of people, it's actually related to the square footage and how many people can actually fit into those spaces. And so I think making more requirements and more challenge for people to open those businesses or manage those businesses is hugely problematic, given the climate that we've been asking for so many years. How do we create more and more commercial space? Let's not try to restrict what's available. Let's actually try to capitalize on the opportunities and streamline it to the best of our ability, which I think is what Nate's trying to accomplish through this particular document. So I mean, I support it, and I have a sense that it has a trickle-down effect of, let's make sure that we can streamline, commercial businesses downtown as much as possible, as opposed to putting roadblocks up in front of them based on their square footage and based on the number of occupants.
So you're you're obviously supportive.
Correct.
Okay. Bruce, you're next.
I just want to comment in relation to what Rob has just said, that yes, I guess in a clinical sense, we can be cognizant of those occupancies, including staff and standing and so forth. But what for me is more significant, more useful, is simply the establishments that Nate presented and Rob, you added to, as being examples of establishments that have occupancies of 175, 180, 190. Because I can relate to that, and I'm somewhat familiar with code-related occupancies, of course, because I've spent 50 years in the business. But even notwithstanding that, it's much easier for me to, in considering this, to say, well, do I want something bigger than Johnny's to be be exempt from, or would I prefer something larger than Johnny's to go through a special permit process? And I think the answer is that I would. It doesn't seem to be particularly onerous because there are so few that will reach that threshold. And when you get into places, as I've mentioned, that seems to be quite reasonable, that those few establishments that are larger than that would be enterprises that I think would expect to have this kind of approval process. So it doesn't seem to be something that would get in the way of, or it would add to the town's reputation or affect the town's reputation so far as business friendliness is concerned, because it'll be a small fraction of the proposed new, or any proposed new establishments that would be affected by that. So it's thinking about the kind of establishments that have that occupancy threshold around 200 below and above that I'll be thinking about in relation to how I feel about this. In all other respects, as I say, I think this is excellent. I think it's really important that this experience has been codified, recent experience, and that the board has and the town has taken, and the staff have taken this initiative, which I support in every respect. I may be persuaded in the course of subsequent conversation tonight to shift from that proposal to lower the threshold to 200, but right now that's where I stand.
Thank you, Bruce. Nate, what do you want from us tonight? Do you want us to vote on a recommendation to town council, or are you simply looking for our feedback?
Well, it's been referred to you, so I mean, if you're comfortable, then it would be a recommendation. Unless you need more information or have lingering questions. We have looked at it before. There were some minor changes made, so it's really, I guess, how comfortable the planning board is with the proposal.
Okay, thank you, Janet.
So I'm actually supportive of many of these changes, and I don't I could go through those. I'm a little confused about the changes in the BN, because I think those are significant, where prohibited uses are now being allowed, and that wasn't really brought out. But I do think, I don't think anybody can look at Amherst and say, wow, we don't have many restaurants or bars. And so I'm not saying let's throw roadblocks in the way. I don't think the ZBA is a roadblock to opening Johnny's or Mission Cantina. I think it's just, if it's a larger establishment, if it's open after 11:30, if it's close to residents where people sleep. And I live in South Amherst, so I'm thinking about, you know, people who live around Atkins Corner, people who live around Pomeroy, you know, which has a lot of low income housing. And then maybe down by whatever East Amherst, like College Street and Southeast Street, which has a lot of low income housing, people living there and more. And if a Johnny's came in and had outdoor dining past 11:30 or outdoor music, you know, it came in their site plan review using an existing building, say maybe Spirit House or something, goes on site plan review, goes to the building commissioner, no notice to anybody, no. So I just don't think we want to go there. I don't think going to the ZBA and noticing the butters, inviting the community to come in and talk about their concerns, having the ZBA listen and draft conditions. If we're going through the building commissioner, nobody would know the permit was applied for, that he was considering it or her in the future, and when he made a decision or when it could be appealed. And so you could wake up and the Spirit House is now a Johnny's, you know, and open after 11:30 at night. People stumbling out, not Johnny's, but, you know, going down to students live around there too. And so I don't know, I don't see the problem with the current situation. I think the current distinction based on proximity, drinking, time of night, it ends, you know, whatever, they all made sense and they work. I don't see the problems that we're having right now.
Okay, thank you. Rob?
So, and I just want to respond to that because I think it all makes sense as you presented, Janet, but what really happens is, and I can name off the establishments that have done this, is they come to me and they ask for a permit as a Class 1 establishment because they know it's 3 months of preparation for a special permit hearing and then 3 months of the special permit hearing process before they have their decision. So they open and operate as a Class 1 restaurant, and then some number of months later, they get the authorization to stay open from 11:30 to 1. Otherwise, nothing has changed. The establishment's there, it's open, and really no one would know that anything else has happened, and we don't get any participation from the public in those hearings. That's just my experience that I can, talk about over the last 10 years.
I think,
Thank you,
I just want
Rob.
to say quickly too, that if the Spirit House were to change the use and there's outdoor dining now and there's something that would require a site plan review hearing, that just wouldn't be an administrative approval. So if they're going to have significant changes, then that's an initial site plan review hearing. After the fact, if there's a site plan review on record and that restaurant then changes and nothing changes, right? The ownership changes, it goes from one type of restaurant to another, then that's an administrative approval. But the initial change from Spirit House to a restaurant may require site plan review if it has all those changes that Janet mentioned. So outdoor dining or, later hours or something that is triggering, a change to the appearance.
Thank you, Nate. Karen?
Yeah, I'm very supportive of this. I think that the fears that we're kind of losing control and that all of a sudden something comes up that's going to be loud music and disturb the people around them. I think there are, I don't think that can happen without some mitigating controls under what is proposed. It just seems that there's always going to be that site plan review. That means that the abutters are notified as far as I'm concerned. So the difficulty of protecting the public from these large noisy things that I'm familiar with because I live in the middle of town and there are a lot of times when students are very loud. But I think that the staff has really done a good study of what in reality is happening and how to make it simpler. I think there is progress. And as Nate said, that's the experience of what actually happens. So if the reality is that this is the way it works and it works fine, and they've put all this work in it, I can support it.
Okay, thank you, Karen. I do see one hand from the public, so I thought I would go to them now since there are no other board hands up. Oh, and now there's two hands. So Pam, Pam, let's bring Pam Rooney over. Pam, if you'd give us your name and your address.
Hi, Pam.
You
Sure,
have-
hi,
You have up to 3 minutes.
wonderful. Pam Rooney, 42 Cottage Street. I do have some concerns with this. As I understand it, the current bylaws do take a look at hours of operation, the serving of alcohol, proximity to residential buildings, and size of the building and its capacity. A very short story, pizza place, 400, 300 feet from my windows, applied several times to extend their hours of operation past 11:30. We have car doors clanging, we have people talking loudly, we have people going in and out at that hour. If in this scenario, the owner would be able to go to get administrative review and say, under this new bylaw, I can now operate at will until, I don't know what actually closes down a shop, but it's basically they would like to stay open until bars close. So the loud noise, the loud talking would continue until hours of operation ceased. So in this proposal, even though generally speaking, there may not be very many issues, generally speaking, the hours of operation are critical to adjoining neighborhoods. The serving of alcohol has not been addressed really, and proximity to the residential areas. So if in any consideration that you're making of this, I would agree with Mr. Coldham that the threshold for size of a building or capacity, excuse me, should be more around the 150. He mentioned 175, not the 250, because that would be all zones outside of the BG. In the BG, frankly, it doesn't matter. But outside of that, every single other BL or COM district is immediately adjacent to a residential district. So you need to consider that. I would agree with it, allowing administrative approval or staff approval for businesses in the BG within existing buildings, no change to site or structure. I would like to see you add a condition H and have a noise impact statement. I think that was addressed in this very last version with some blue type that says maybe there would be some, screening or something to help ameliorate noise impact. But I think you really need to look at that again. Add to standard condition number 5, your management plan. Service of alcohol has not been mentioned. That has to be a critical element in your management plan. Are you serving alcohol or not? If you're trying to lump all restaurants and most bars into one category, how do you regulate the hours of operation? How do you operate proximity to neighbors? You don't. You've lost that capability.
Pam, your time is up.
I'm very sorry. I may raise my hand again for my next comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our second member of the public who wishes to make a comment is Gordon Green. Pam, if you could bring him over, and Mr. Green, if you could give us your name and your street address.
Hi, my name is Gordon Green. I'm at 150 Montague Road.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with the subtleties of zoning laws, so these comments might be kind of blunt or not very articulate, but I live right adjacent to North Square, and noise is a problem, particularly outdoor amplified pre-recorded music. I think one thing that's distinctive about pre-recorded music is that it can go on for hours as opposed to being an event. And one thing I'd like to point out is that the extent to which noise can bother people can be independent of distance to some extent. For example, with North Squares, you have these tall buildings that basically act like a speaker funnel. So the noises that there are kind of not very loud actually are quite loud in my living room. So there's a way in which, and that's probably, I don't know, a few hundred feet away. And there's no outdoor dining there now, but they have like, or at least in prior years, this year's there hasn't been much, but in prior years they had, for example, outdoor exercise classes that would go on, most weekend afternoons that would basically, fill my living room with sounds of bass and drum. And so it's highly annoying. And so one question I have is the provision that said that entities not labeled or as bars can make sound outside. It was the last of the text changes there. I'm just personally very wary of anything that loosens any rules about outdoor sound, especially outdoor pre-recorded music that isn't tied to like a special event, because of its capacity to interfere with things in unpredictable ways. And also about the zoning board opportunity for review, I just wanted to express the point that, the fact that 99% of cases didn't result in public comment or were approved by the ZBA doesn't mean that the 1% was not critical. So I would just want to point out that even though most cases review opportunities may not be important, the question is the cost of the ones you're eliminating. If that 1%, would have ruined several people's, home value or quality of life, that's a very significant thing, even though it is a rare occurrence. So I just wanted to sort of generally support Janet McGowan's concerns, and as they're especially heightened for me being close to North Square, and I think that's all I had to say.
Okay, thank you. Nate or Rob, I wondered if you wanted to respond to any of that, either of those comments, particularly how you might, handle an application administratively that is in the vicinity of a residential area, and whether you might just shy away from doing it administratively and automatically move it to the planning board or not. Rob.
So I would say in recent years, we apply criteria in a similar way, no matter where the location is. I've gotten more complaints downtown than I do in the village centers. And there are several businesses, several restaurants that are within 150 feet of a residential dwelling in a residential district. But we've brought back businesses downtown and amended special permits to help alleviate the impact of and we feel like for every application, originated back when we were looking at it just for close to residential uses, but really apply everywhere now. We have a lot of residential dwellings downtown, and yes, it's expected that it's going to be a little bit noisier downtown when you go to live there, but it can still be managed well, and the owner of the building or the business can take responsibility for certain things. And then the other thing I wanted to mention is North Square went through about 7 months of public hearings, and every proposal that goes into that complex now does require a hearing, with the exception of what's been done under Article 14. When that expires, the comprehensive permit requires that every new use either visit the planning board or the zoning board of appeals before that can be authorized.
And that'll remain in effect regardless of whether this new proposal for the bylaw changes or not?
Right, it's a specific condition of the comprehensive permit. And just along those lines, any existing special permit that exists now will remain. That doesn't just automatically disappear by adopting this bylaw. So establishments that have special permits that have specific conditions will continue to be in effect.
Okay, thank you. Looks like Pam Rooney would like to continue her comment. So Pam, would you bring her back over?
Hi, Pam.
Hey, thank you. I actually did that accidentally. So
Well, you told us you had more you wanted to say.
Well, I have more, and I'd like to actually email to Pam my notes, but I guess part of what was going through my head when I looked at this is that the current bylaw does look at categories of operational and locational factors, and each of those has some associated level of control or management. So it's the hours of operation, the serving of alcohol, proximity to residential dwellings, and the size. And I guess part of what you all are looking at and evaluating is I totally trust that Rob Mora and his staff are doing a really good job reviewing these conditions. Do we know when Rob retires if the person doing it next will have the same level of scrutiny and follow the same standard and conditions? So I had several questions that were similar to Janet McGowan's, and that is this change actually necessary to improve the viability of existing businesses? And do removing those operational and locational considerations make it easier to issue a permit? And is this proposed change actually going to improve the quality of life in the adjoining districts who abut business neighborhood, business village center, business limited business, or commercial? And I think that's the biggest question is are these changes going to impact the neighbors of the business districts outside of downtown? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pam. So let's see. I don't see any more public hands. I see Janet's hand, but I think, Janet, why don't you go ahead and make your comment, and then I think I'm ready to make a motion.
So my question is about, how the system works now. Like I've been on the planning board for 3 years. I've never seen a special permit, a site plan review permit application for a restaurant, partly because COVID's been around. But my suspicion is that most of those just go to the building commissioner because there's no real change to the outside of the building when they have a new establishment. So if somebody did apply for site plan review, it was coming to the planning board, or a special permit for a restaurant, bar, restaurant, whatever, a class, so they would file their application, there'd be a public notice, we'd have 1 or 2 hearings, make a decision. That's a 6-month process for the ZBA. I mean, has that been a 6-month process for the planning board?
Is that your question
That's my first question. I have a question about the business neighborhood, because about the expansion of it. So
Rob, or Nate, what's the typical process, the duration?
I think you'll find that it is about 6 months. And when an applicant shows up at town hall and says, I want to open a restaurant, that's when they start to learn what's necessary to satisfy all the special permit submission requirements. And site plan review isn't much different. Chris might have a comment on the length of time, because I don't work with those that closely. But I do with the Zoning Board of Appeals applications, and they often take a number of months to get the applications together. For example, they find out when they come into town and they want to open a restaurant, that's when the applicant finds out that they need architect's plans, or a site plan, or a lighting study, or whatever it might be, and a written management plan. And they work on that for whatever length of time is necessary for the application to be deemed complete. And then it's clocked in and starts the process. And as you know, the board's not available for a hearing for 6, 7, 8 weeks. And there's 1 or 2 hearings, and then there's an appeal period. So it just goes on and on. And back to an earlier comment about special permitting just in general, I do get calls. I get calls from prospective business owners and asking specifically what is the process to open a restaurant. And I've had prospective applicants disappear, you know, once they hear it's a special permit. You can go to Northampton and it's a yes, it's not even a site plan review. It's a yes, come open your restaurant here. We're telling them it's a special permit. Now, I think our special permits are very, we support them. We help applicants get through the process. We try to make their projects appear very well to the board and be ready for the board to review. But applicants don't have that experience in other communities, and they see special permit, hear special permit, and they go the other way. And I think we do lose businesses because of that. And it's really, really difficult to justify the time frame that's needed for some of these smaller establishments. And, you know, it's all of that is part of, you know, supporting why we're proposing this.
So
All
Rob,
right,
you don't.
thank you,
you
Rob.
don't-
What's your
sorry.
second question, Janet?
Well, I was wondering what Rob requires, like, do you require all that preliminary stuff too? And my second question is, I'm just really perplexed about the BN, because it seems like you've added, like, you know, now you can have a bar with no food in the BN. Now you can have a nightclub in the BN. Before that was all the things that were no's are now in the BN. And yet there's still this like 9 o'clock limit on alcohol and 30-seat capacity. And I just seemed to me that the language didn't make sense. So it seems like you're expanding what can happen in the BN, and then no one can drink after 9. And so I just found that confusing. Like, why are
Okay.
you expanding it? And then what happens at 9?
All right, thank you, Janet. Nate, do you want to take that one? Or is that Rob?
You know, currently it's, you know, what we're proposing is, you know, except for a restaurant, you know, bar with food or a similar establishment, that's site plan review, the rest is special permit. But then we have the condition that it has to have no more than 30 seats. So, you know, those are the limiting conditions. So yeah, if a bar wants to have 29 seats and close at 9:30, it's allowed in the BN. I mean, those conditions regulate it, and it says it can't be within a certain distance of a residential building in a residential district. So, you know, the BN really is 6 properties. And if you take that distance requirement, there's about, you know, 2 properties where there could be a food or drink establishment actually located in the BN. And so we're not opening the BN up to, you know, a nightclub. That condition in terms of hours, seating, and distance will greatly limit what can happen in the BN district.
All right, thank you, Nate. All right, in the interest of moving this along, I would like to move that the board recommend to town council the proposal as proposed by Nate. If anybody would like to second that, then we can move on to whether anybody wants to make any motions to change any parts of it before we vote on it. Tom?
I second that motion.
All right, thank you, Tom. Any discussion from the board? We've heard certain members advocate for adjustments to some of the conditions, some of the parts of the proposal. Bruce? You are muted. There you go.
Would you accept a friendly amendment to add with the condition that, with the understanding that the 250 threshold is lowered to 200?
I'm gonna reject it as a friendly amendment, so let's do it as a regular amendment. So would somebody like to second that motion? Karen?
I second.
To reduce from 250 to 200, I believe.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion from the board? All right, so we'll go through and we'll vote on Bruce's amendment, reducing the occupancy limit beyond which I believe a special permit is always required. So a vote in favor of that. Okay, Janet, you have a comment? You are muted.
Are we voting to recommend that the town council take this and send it back to us?
Well, the way the process works is that amendments go to town council and then they move it to us for a public hearing on, final adoption. So Chris, you can correct me, but I believe the answer is it will come back to us. No?
No,
This has been referred to the planning board for a public hearing.
Okay,
And the planning board now makes a recommendation to town council, and it won't come back unless town council sends it back.
okay,
I'm
thank you.
sorry, really? I thought that you were going to, the planning department was going to send that to town council and then it would come back to us for, this is the public hearing on the amendment, on the zoning amendments? I don't think we said that last meeting. Okay, I just don't think that, okay, I just don't think it's ready. Okay, but I support,
Okay. Well, thanks for that clarification, Chris. All right, let's see, where were we? We were discussing whether to amend Nate's proposal by reducing the 250 to 200. And so we were going to vote on that particular question first. Board members, I'll go through a roll call. Bruce, would you like to support that?
yes, aye.
All right. Tom,
Nay.
Andrew,
Nay.
that was a nay.
Correct.
I can't
you.
hear people. Were those no's?
Yeah,
Tom,
mine was no. I'm sorry, mine
Tom
was
and
no.
Andrew were nay, yes. Janet,
So this is just to support reducing the number, but not to particularly support the whole thing. I'm a
correct.
yay. Okay,
You're reduced, okay, yes,
I'm not voting on the whole thing though. Okay, I don't think it's ready.
okay. Karen,
Yes,
all right, and I'm a nay. So that's 3 opposed and 3 in favor. Chris, am I correct that the motion fails or does it carry?
I think the motion fails because it doesn't have a majority.
Okay. All right. So why don't we move on to the overall motion? Unless anybody wants to make any other motions for changing this before we have the vote. Well, I do see Pam Rooney's hand, and I guess Pam Sitfield Sadler, can you bring her over for a moment?
Hi, Pam, you should be.
Pam, why don't you try to say what you need to say in 1 minute?
I'll say it succinctly. I didn't speak at all to Article 5, Article 11, or Article 12. In Article 12, there is no nightclub definition. Can you please add one? Article 1, 11.212, a change of use is proposed. Yet the proposed changes to section 3.52 could mean that any restaurant could change to a bar without any restrictions of hours of operation or proximity to residents. So please request that that clause be removed, since having only admin review and approval, a change of a use is an important change that needs to be considered outside of administrative permitting only. Article 5, please keep as a principal food and drink purpose, not wide open to any and all section 3.3 uses from the table. Same goes with music. If it's under site plan review, that no longer requires operational or locational restrictions. And that went to the speaker that lives on Montague Road. That means that all restaurants and many bars that can allow outdoor music will be able to do so with only administrative review. I don't think that's appropriate. Thank you. And I'd love some discussion on the points that I brought up earlier as to how you might incorporate those into the bylaw.
Thank you, Pam. Janet?
Partly because I'm startled that we're recommending this for town council, and I didn't think that's where we were, but I would like to move that we send this to the dormant zoning subcommittee for some more analysis and fine tooth combing. I don't think it's ready to go. It's just, there's wording problems, some confusion, but also there's, some fundamental issues I don't think we've really sussed out. So
All right.
I'd like to make a motion to refer to the subcommittee, the zoning subcommittee, which has been on hiatus for 2 years.
Well, since we have a pre-existing motion, why don't we vote on that? And, if the motion fails, then we can talk about what to do with it next. Anybody else have any comment? Otherwise, we'll vote. Karen?
Yeah, so a lot of the comments of Pam Rooney, I take very seriously, and I do agree with her. So I wonder, can Rob Mora address those particular concerns before we have to vote?
Well, we can ask him. Rob, I don't know if you caught all of the specific comments that Pam made. Were there any that you would like to comment on?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I take those as suggestions or recommendations to do something different than we proposed, and I think that's fine. Obviously, as Nate mentioned, we are trying to take this in a different direction than the current bylaw reads. We're trying to deal with avoiding situations where there's gaming of the bylaw by applying under one condition and transferring to another one. But specifically to a couple of Pam's comments, change of use. There's a lot of change of uses that occur that are not restaurants. So I would not be in favor of changing that provision. We use the change of use for any establishment that might have been previously something else, retail, office space, and move it into something else, not necessarily a restaurant. So I don't think I have comments about much of the other the suggestions at this time. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Nate, I don't see your hand, so I assume you have nothing to say at this point either.
Yeah, I mean, I think, Pam had mentioned having, like a noise management plan in standards and conditions. And, looking at what we have in there, we have, it shall operate in accordance with an approved, and we list, 8 things. And one is a patron management plan for the interior and exterior. And we say such things as queuing, and we could just put parenthetically noise. We also then mention that the management plan has to deal with noise attenuation, containment, and response to complaints, as well as strategies to screen and buffer adjacent properties from noise and other impacts. And so, I mean, I feel like it's there. It's just a matter of how much do you want to tweak the language. She did mention that staff may do a good job now and not in the future. And so, we ask for hours of operation. Is it that we, again, add some language to say if open after 11:30, add extra, management for, closing or something. And so I'm not sure we would necessarily then change the restaurant, cafe, or anything from site plan review to special permit, but we could have acknowledgement in the management form or what's submitted, have something written that then becomes a condition we could put on the establishment. And so that's what we've been finding works really well. So even with Article 14, there is a written decision, there's conditions, and what we found in the last 20 years with the zoning board is that we've standardized, like 50 conditions that we've kind of been able to address management, whether it's noise, it's queuing, it's closing, and then we can deal with it because it's a condition and it's enforceable. And so, what we're asking for now in the standards and conditions in the proposed use chart get us there. It gets us to a set of conditions that can be enforced. And so, if we need to strengthen some language in that, in those A through H standards and conditions, we could do that. I'm not sure it would, staff would have to consider, does that mean we would make something a special permit where we're recommending a site plan review right now? I think we would just include better language in the, in those conditions.
Okay. So as I understand it, you're going to get if you get a recommendation from us this evening, you still have the latitude to adjust the language before it gets to town council. We're not recommending a final set of proposals. Chris?
I think you need to recommend a final set of proposals, and if you're not happy with what is being presented to you, you can continue the public hearing and have Nate come back with changes to the conditions that may satisfy some of your concerns.
Okay, thank you. So board members, based on the comments we've received and the comments that you all have made, are there other proposals to change anything, or does anyone want to call the question? Andrew?
Thanks, Doug. I was just wondering if Nate made those changes. So if Nate made the changes, when would we be able to see this again? I mean, I see there's a lot of passion around some minor changes. I'm personally comfortable with the motion as is, the proposal as is, but if this is something where 2 weeks of revisions can, assuage others' fears, then I'm comfortable with waiting that time. I just would not feel good if this has to get pushed back another 2 or 3 or 4 months.
Thank you, Andrew.
Good point.
Chris, is your hand up as a legacy?
No, I wanted to say that you could bring it back on the 16th of November if you wanted to.
Okay, so that would be our next meeting. All right, Janet.
I do have changes, but I have changes I'd like to make, but I'm not prepared at this minute to do that. And so I would love to be able to talk maybe to staff about them and stuff like that, perhaps through the zoning subcommittee, but I would do like specific changes in language. I wasn't prepared. I didn't think we were at that point. Sorry.
Okay. All right, so I'm not seeing any more hands from the board. Pam Field-Sadler, why don't you bring Gordon Green over from the public?
Oh, hi, just a quick comment. It seems to me with these zoning changes and zoning exceptions that there are often unintended consequences and that caution is in order. And it just seems to me that given the extent of the possible effects on residents' lives, that you consider it carefully, and if it takes a little more time to do it, that, I don't know, that all sounds reasonable to me. I just wanted to throw that in there.
Okay, thank you. All right, so why don't we close out the process we're in the middle of? I don't see any hands from the board or the attendees. And so why don't we go ahead and vote on the original motion, which was to recommend this package as proposed by Nate to town council. So a no vote will allow us to talk about moving this to a later meeting and having later change, emailing Nate or Chris with more suggested edits, and Nate can bring another version to the next meeting. Okay, so a yes vote is in favor of recommending tonight and moving on, and a no vote is in favor of not recommending tonight, and therefore we're likely to see it again. All right, so Bruce.
Doug, would you let me pass for the moment and vote at the end?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Tom.
I'm sorry, I had to step out for a moment. Are we voting?
Yes, so a yes vote is in favor of adopt or recommending this evening, and a no vote is to not recommend this evening, in which case we'll probably have a chance to talk more.
I vote to recommend this evening.
Okay, thank you. Andrew?
With the belief that this would be, at our next meeting, and that would give time for Janet to share her thoughts on paper, I'll say nay.
Okay. And Janet?
Nay, also the same idea.
All right. And Karen?
Nay, I agree.
Okay. And I am an aye in favor of voting of recommending this package. And Bruce, that leaves you.
Well, I'll vote nay. I wanted to register that I supported this, but if there was if there was going to be a fourth two vote, I was going to be a nay, but I'll continue to be a nay.
Okay, so the motion fails. And Chris, I guess we'll have to put this on the agenda for November 16th.
So you'll have to
And
take a vote to continue the public
continue the
hearing to
hearing,
November
right.
16th.
And Janet, I urge you to communicate with Chris with any suggestions you are interested in Nate considering for when he
Okay.
brings this back in 2 weeks.
Thank you.
Okay, so would anybody like to make a motion to continue the hearing? Bruce?
So moved.
So we're
To the
to
continue
the
the hearing
16th,
to,
and we need a time, Chris.
yes.
I don't think we have anything established for the 16th. Am I right, Pam?
That is correct. At this time, there is nothing that has a time.
We could say 6:35 on the 16th.
Okay, Bruce, that
Yes.
sounds good. Okay, Andrew.
Second.
All right, and Karen, your hand is up.
No, I was going, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion about continuing to the 16th? I don't see any. So we'll go ahead and vote on that. Bruce
Yes.
and Tom,
Nope.
Andrew
Aye.
and Janet
Aye.
and Karen.
Aye.
And I'm an aye, since I want to get this back on the agenda and finished up. All right, so that passed 5-1. This hearing is continued to November 16th, sometime after 6:35. All right, so at this time it's 8:45 and actually 8:44. We'll take a 5-minute break. Please come back at 10 minutes before 9. Turn off your video and mute your microphone. Thank you.
So is this about the voting thing? Auch das mit den Restaurants? No?
Karen, you are not muted.
Oh,
So-
Oh, sorry.
All right, the time is 8:50. So if you are within earshot, please come on back and turn on your camera to let us know that you are ready to re-engage. Chris, you have your hand up. I don't know if you're ready to say something or if that's a legacy.
Yeah, I'm ready to say something. This next piece of your agenda is an important piece, and you received documents last week, and you received draft conditions and findings, but this week we received more documents within the last 48 hours. And so I think it would be reasonable for you to have a presentation and discuss the project and figure out what you need to have moving forward in order to be able to vote on this, but not necessarily to feel like you have to vote tonight, because there were things that came in even within the last day on the project that you haven't had a chance to review. So my recommendation would be hear the presentation, discuss it, but then continue the public hearing to a date in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Oh, one more thing. Pam, I wonder if you could bring Kyle Wilson in. I think he's in the attendees.
Have we all returned from break?
No, well, we're not all back quite yet.
Okay. Oops.
Looks like we're missing Bruce.
Okay, so Kyle has joined us.
Thank you.
Okay.
There's Bruce. Okay.
All right.
All right, so we'll continue here. The time is now 8:52, and we'll move on to item 5 on our agenda, a site plan review and special permit public hearing. Let's see. Okay, in accordance with the provisions of Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, this joint public hearing has been duly advertised and notice thereof has been posted, and it's being held for the purpose of providing the opportunity for interested citizens to be heard regarding SPR 2023-01 and SPP 2023-01 Archipelago Investments LLC, 47 Olympia Drive. This hearing is continued from August 3rd, September 7th, September 21st, and October 19th, all of this year. Joint public hearing to request site plan review approval under section 3.326 of the zoning bylaw to construct a private apartment style dormitory with 68 dwelling units and associated interior and exterior spaces and associated site improvements, including waiver of on-site parking requirements and a special permit to modify maximum building coverage and height requirements under section 6, table 3, footnote A of the zoning bylaw, map 8D, parcel 18 in the RF zoning district. And I know there've been a little bit of publicity or press coverage of this, or letters to the editor in which there might have been some confusion, but the RF zoning district is zoned for fraternities and sororities. So student housing is essentially what is allowed in this area. So, Mr. Wilson, I believe you're here to make a presentation on the latest plans for this project. If you'll go ahead, welcome.
I am, thank you. Thanks for everybody's time. And I agree with what Chris Brestrup said earlier to open this, that since we last saw you, we've been before the Conservation Commission on the 14th of September, the 28th of September, the 12th of October, and the 26th of October. So our last meeting was just last week. And I will very quickly go through, if I can share a screen. Can I do that, Pam?
You should be able to. Mhm. You can't?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not yet, no.
Okay.
There it is.
You got it?
Got it.
Okay, perfect.
Can you see me there?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll show you what we presented to Conservation Commission through the number of meetings. This is the landscape plan that went to the Conservation Commission. There's kind of two sides to this landscape plan, facing the street and then facing the conservation area to the east. This is the plan that Conservation has settled on. This is in coordination with the civil plan that SV spent a lot of time on, which I'll show here. The civil plan, a number of revisions to the civil plan that show the new wetland bylaw regulations, which came in June in terms of setbacks, show the stormwater, show grading in terms of how the stormwater is dealt with going to the east and to the wetland and to the west and to the street and the infrastructure. Test pits were dug, infiltration was measured, the retain it and underground structures were moved around and worked to everybody's agreement, and have got us to a point where Conservation is just, as an email that went from Aaron Jacques to Chris Brestrup said, is at the final stages of approving the project. And Chris can clarify that if I misspoke in any way. The updated architectural drawings show a couple of items. One is bicycle parking on the north. It also shows in subsequent plans the other change to this, which is a manager's apartment, which we've integrated onto the ground floor, similar to 57 Olympia to the north, and was one of the concerns from previously. And then we've also, all the upper floor plans have stayed the same. The connector with the amenities have stayed the same. The roof has stayed the same. The height and elevations have all remained the same. We kept the height, the pink height on there to have clarity in terms of what was being measured off of what. We did remove the access to the back. So as you'll see here, there used to be stairs down to an area that has become a viewing deck only rather than accessible to the back, as we worked with stormwater and made the retainage work on the east side of the site. And I'm sorry, I'll show you that on the floor plan as well. So you can see this covered porch here. Previously there were stairs down and there were some, the resolution of grading and so on was difficult to resolve. So that's become a dead end and a covered porch and a viewing porch, which you'll see on the elevations. We've updated the renderings also to integrate with the landscape plan, which I can talk through you in terms of how we address the street, how we address the courtyard. You'll see there's very large landscape elements, stone elements similar to our 11 East Pleasant project downtown that will create the space within the landscape and work with the scale of the building and the scale of the people in the courtyard. So you'll see these larger elements, a singular tree, there's stormwater underneath portions of that. This area has shade-loving plants, has a lot of flowering plants, so it's kind of a cultivated garden. The site that you see through the back is more of the native garden, and all the native plants that fade to the wetland on the east, as you can see here. So a different plant palette on the east with a pollinator seed mix and native plants. And as you can see, the stairs have gone away, and this is now a viewing deck out the back. The materials have all stayed the same. We also, let's see, we updated the management plan to include the manager's apartment. We have stormwater has updated the stormwater management and maintenance plan, which has been sent to Jason Skeels and town engineer, and he's gotten back and forwarded to Chris, and I believe is in your packet. I did take a picture recently that I wanted to show you. I forwarded to Chris. This is 9 something on an evening or a morning a couple weeks ago. That's the PVTA bus loop. In this case, it's Route 35. There's Route 34, 35, and 36 that all stop at this bus stop. And this is 57 Olympia. 47 Olympia is right behind. This is how most people occupy and move them around the site. I did want to show you utilities. This is from the town's GIS because that has come up. And in talking with Jason Skeels and talking with Tony Maroulis and Shane Conklin at UMass, I have a better understanding of how the utility history went and how the town took title to Olympia Drive, how there are some easements relative to water and sewer around Authority Way, and then how, as owners of 57 Olympia and 47, the deeded rights that we have for these other parcels and the access to the utilities makes this a fairly straightforward connection onto Mather and then down to Olympia for water and sewer. This is Route 35, which is the southbound loop, campus shuttle. There's a northbound loop. As you can see for Olympia Drive here, the bus comes very frequently right past the site. And then we do have a parking exhibit in terms of pickup and drop off and working with the existing parking on site. These are the spaces that were used by Chi Omega in the past. These are spaces that are currently used for handicap and visitor parking for the Mather building. This is the proposed renovation of that to allow for handicap spaces, additional handicap spaces along the street, and some additional visitor spaces, make the grading work, make the sidewalk work, and work within the utilities that are under Mather. And I believe that's it. I wanted to be able to get to questions as soon as I could.
Thank you, Kyle. One quick question about the last civil drawing you just showed about the parking exhibit, I think. Is that kind of work, you've been in contact with UMass about getting their agreement for you to do work on that land?
Yes, did have a conversation. We talked about our deeded rights to all of these areas. We talked about the history of utilities in the town that connect through Olympia, the need to connect our utility to upgrade the existing utilities in Mather and our ability to do so, talking with UMass about how we can manage that in terms of doing work on state land. Our current contractor, Western Builders, who is going to build this building, is currently doing a lab on UMass campus. So very well versed in how to make that happen in the appropriate manner.
Okay. And I wondered whether you showed one of your larger site plans of the whole Olympia Drive area.
Yep.
Whether you could show that, or if you also, or if you in fact have the original subdivision plan that shows the 5 sites which are to be retained for parking, so that the board understands which parts of the subdivision you have rights to park in.
Sure. So this is the 1971 map, the original subdivision map. This is the iota chapter of Sigma 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 is 57 Olympia. The iota beta chapter of Chi Omega is 47 Olympia before you. Zeta 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 is the UMass building that was built. These 2 parcels up here, Lambda Delta Phi and Alpha Gamma Rho, were purchased but never built upon. The deeded, the rights for parking and recreation are 5. It's the one north of 57 Olympia here. It's the one in the center that says fraternity sorority. It's this ear-shaped parcel. It's this ear-shaped parcel, that's 4, and it's this long parcel, that's 5.
Okay.
And those are the spaces that any of the owners of within this subdivision have deeded rights to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, board members, questions for Kyle? Oh, we don't want you to leave the meeting. Andrew.
Thanks, Doug, and thanks, Kyle. I guess I may be confusing because you were seeking parking waivers, I believe, right? But residents can park in these lots by right?
The deeded rights of any owner of one of these 12 parcels are such that the folks who use that property can use those 5 parcels by right. Those parcels are all currently under the ownership in one of 4 different ways of the Commonwealth of Mass. This is what was set up and what we're utilizing for the parking north of us at 57 Olympia, which has gone very well. And the same thing that we're proposing for 47.
Okay, so I was thinking that the parking to the northwest was like a UMass sticker parking lot. Is that the case? And I guess in those stickered lots, how would a resident be able to access that?
That is correct. So the history of the site is that as these sites became managed by the university, they received permits. And so anybody parking there needed to get a permit. And so anybody that's at 57 or 47 who wants to park there needs to get a permit from the university.
Okay, and they could do that through your management office, or they would have to go to the university for that?
That's the university.
Okay.
Okay. Kyle, are you only renting these rooms to UMass students, or might an Amherst College or Hampshire College student end up in one of these and not be able to get a permit from UMass?
We rent to matriculating students. The vast majority are the University of Massachusetts. There have been students from Amherst College, I think Mount Holyoke even. We have not, from the management standpoint, had any issues with parking, and don't expect to have any issues with parking at 47 Olympia. I think that the reason most people, one of the benefits of this housing is that there is a bus loop that stops every 10 minutes immediately outside of your door. That is a campus loop that takes you right to the center of campus. It's almost unlike any other housing in town.
All right, Bruce.
Yes, I want to pursue this parking question a little further because we're being asked to grant a waiver on the one hand, but Kyle, you're telling us that the project has parking entitlement, and I think I want before I can, maybe I should preface this by saying, I think this is a terrific project and I want to be supportive ultimately. But the parking piece is just been wildly confusing to me. The idea that we're, I mean, on the surface, not on the surface, the one-line summary is, because it's in the application, that we're asking for a complete, you're asking and we're being asked to grant a complete parking waiver. And I think we need to make the record very clear about what this means. And I think what you're saying is that we are being asked to grant a waiver for parking on the site, but we need to attach that, I think, to some formal understanding that parking entitlement or parking is provided, I'm not sure what the correct verb is here, or verbs, is provided on one or more of the deeded parcels that were, according to that deed from 1969, were, quote, to be retained. And they were to be retained for recreation and parking. But it seems that in the course of time that recreation requirement or the aspiration for any recreation to be developed on those parcels has passed, and that parking has taken full precedent, and not only for the parcels concerned, but for parcels all around for the whole of the university campus need. And so I guess I would want to be sure that there was some guaranteed allotment of parking provided. Maybe, yes, it's not on the site, of course, because there's no room on the site. Yes, it's on the other sites because historically that's the way this zone was created, with consolidated parking on separate sites serving those that the ones that we're talking about. And but we perhaps understand that if the university decides to, or if it's not controlled otherwise, it'll sell all of the permits, because we understand that at the moment there's a dearth of parking campus-wide, and that it's possible to imagine that students who were late to arrive here might find that even though there's parking entitlements, there's none to, I mean, I'm quite sure how you figure a parking entitlement that is sold out from under somebody. So I think I would want to understand that there were a fixed number of spaces that the university would hold. Or maybe that becomes a question. Can you reassure us that there are a fixed number, or there will be a fixed number of spaces in these parcels that will be allocated and available to 47 Olympia Drive? I think I'll just make that a question for now. I've got a couple of follow-ups around that, but can we understand that the waiver is granted because we understand that there is proximate parking available, guaranteed available upon purchase of a parking permit?
Kyle, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'll try to answer that. You know, we've purchased a fraternity and sorority in this location. When we purchased the fraternity, it was housing 40 people. Now it houses 230 people. Same thing here. So we're trying to build as much of the much needed housing as we possibly can in the right location, which is adjacent to campus and immediately across the street from UMass managed parking, which has a very unique history here. The fraternity and the sorority did not have on-site parking. So the entire history of the site is the residential portion and the parking and recreation portions are separate. We share those rights with the university, which owns one of the buildings, which has had a, used to be admissions, the Zeta Zeta Zeta. And then it was the Mather building, and now it is what it is. The university also owns the rest of those parcels that are now, you don't even see the road off of the other Olympia Drive here anymore. It's just kind of paved over. So we could ask for a parking, within the bylaw, we could ask for a parking waiver anywhere and say that we're not going to provide any parking. We're just going to provide much needed housing, and we're relying on buses, and we're relying on people not showing up with cars. What we're trying to do here is present a parking waiver, because this, obviously, the history of this site is not black and white within the current bylaw in any way, shape, or form. So when we got Olympia Place approved back in 2014, the town subsequently went back and rezoned RF to make Olympia Place the example. Olympia Place, its density, its size, its scale, its occupancy of the site is the model for the future redevelopment of this parcel. With the purchase of 47, we own the only two privately owned parcels that pay real estate taxes. So the building immediately north of us is the model. The building immediately north of us has no parking on site. It recognizes that it's adjacent to managed parking and immediately adjacent to a very active bus route. So that's what we're looking to continue to do. In terms of a guarantee, I don't have a guarantee. We jointly have rights to 5 parcels that are 600 to 700 parking spaces combined. The way it's currently managed works very well, with the university managing that as a yellow lot and a blue lot up near Mather. We don't intend to upset that apple cart. We think that we like to continue with that. With the delivery of 57 Olympia, we have not seen a parking issue in this area. We don't expect to see a parking issue with 47. I know that the university has, dealt with parking in a unique way through COVID. I don't know what this year's parking looks like. I don't know if Chris has reached out to him, but that would be a question for the university. With university permits, it's first come, first serve for anybody, whether you're a student or a faculty or staff. So if you have a car, you need to make sure that you want a permit, you could pick a permit immediately across the street from where you live, or you could be down by the football stadium. We just continue to think that this is, the last remaining privately owned parcel in the RF zone. Our previous project was used as a model to upzone the whole district to effectively allow for the exact project that we're bringing before you to move forward.
All right, thank you, Kyle.
Doug, can I have a follow-up to that?
Yeah.
Thanks, Kyle. That's helping me get a little further to the understanding. And I think we're going to, as a board, be asked, and maybe as a town, to trust an understanding. And your argument that that because of the unique history of the way this place was created and has evolved, I think I understand your argument is that an understanding that's been working based on your previous project for some years, that we should trust that, carries weight. But my next questions would be, because I understand that there is buses, and that bus route is very convenient, and that most people will probably choose to use that. But from what we've seen of this in development, it's going to cater to quite well-off student, the well-off fraction of the student body, and they're certainly going to drive there with vehicles, I think, because it sounds like that they would be it looks like they would be the kind of tenants that would be wealthy enough to arrive and depart from Amherst with vehicles which they're going to want to park. So I think we shouldn't be confused about the buses so far as at least needing somewhere for people to park. I think it's interesting that this site is so far away from everything else that maybe we can reasonably trust to this, that because if they can't get parking. It's not like there are immediate residential areas that are going to be impacted by this. So this is a very unusual situation. How many, so I'm looking now at the Olympia, your neighbor, how many parking permits, because I think with your rental agreements, you track parking permits. If people have cars, that you ask them to report, or you track their parking permits. And if that's the case, you'd be able to know how many of your 57 Olympia Drive or Olympia Place have parking permits, and how that's evolved. So what percentage of your Olympia Place tenants have permits, let's say this past year, and has that changed percentage-wise from the beginning in any significant degree?
I would say a couple things. One, I wouldn't equate wealth and bus usage. I think that's a bit antiquated, and I think that picture I sent shows a broad adoption of the bus. I think that 57 Olympia, we have no control if people choose to buy a parking permit and don't tell us and use their home address, or 57 Olympia, or whatever address they might also use. I've asked UMass if they could find that. It's a little tricky to get that information. I have not received that. I understand that may be complex because, again, they might not use 57 Olympia as the address for the parking. Again, I think it's a unique situation, and if we were serious about trying to build this type of housing in Amherst, this would be the exact spot to do it. And I think that working with the university to work with a system that's currently working, that's not putting impacts on the university, which would be the first to know if there was a problem with the parking since they manage it, is again, one of the reasons that we're seeking to do a waiver and put as much housing as we can on the site, and use the existing parking and bus loops as best we can.
Doug, just to be clear, I wasn't equating wealth with bus use. I was equating it with car ownership.
Thank you, Bruce. So I'd like to remind everybody about Chris's suggestion at the beginning of this hearing. Let's try to focus on what else we need from Kyle in the next 2 weeks to have him come back with, provide us with all the information we need to.
Mr. Marshall, we lost you. You're frozen. If you can hear us.
Crap.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah, I was gonna say, should we
Good.
take comment from Karen, since she's next in the queue here?
Thank you, Tom. Janet,
Yeah, I was impressed with, oh, am I on? Yeah,
go ahead.
I was impressed with how often that, but the bus does not come from, in the semester break, and there are plenty of students that are there. So I would like to see what space you have dedicated to bicycles, if they're covered or not. And have you thought about this? This is a dormitory. This is now, 2022, 2023. We're really trying to facilitate getting away from cars for all people. And being a European, I'm pushing for making bicycling more safe and more use of this. So I'd like to see what you have envisioned as a way of commuting with the bicycle.
Sure. So the plan, the landscape plan, the plans that we presented to Concom include a bike storage along the north side. It is exterior. It's based on our experience at the project just north of here at 57 Olympia. We've seen there's two types of bike owners, those that bring the bike inside and those that leave it outside. And the amount of bikes that are stored outside is not that significant. The number of bikes that people bring into their apartments is also somewhat limited, but there's space to do that. And again, what we've really seen in this location is a lot of bus usage. It is so convenient. It takes you to the center of campus. You don't need to lock up your bike. I'm not, obviously, bike commuting is wonderful. I think in this very unique location, we're adjacent to campus and there's a bus loop that hits every 10 minutes. It has, it means that if you have an option of the bus or the bike, a lot of people are choosing the bus.
All right.
But the bus only goes in the semester, and there's a month and a half or something of semester break too, and this summer.
That's true. The bus is less frequent when class is not in session. Again, we're trying to model this based on the bicycle usage we've seen at the property immediately north.
Okay. Janet.
I have a few questions, but my first quick one is how many covered outdoor bike spaces do you have in this project, proposed project?
There would be no covered outdoor.
How many uncovered?
Let me pull it up. Sorry, I'm not sharing anymore, am I?
You can reshare if you want.
Okay.
Or you could answer that later.
Okay.
The Chris idea. If we could go back to the, oh, are you looking or?
I was just looking on the civil plans. Go ahead.
So if we go back to the map, the 1971 map, if you can put that up. And then I saw a map of the UMass parking lots, and I wonder if you could tell me where the parking lots are on top of that map, because I would love to see that, because it seemed to be like a huge parking lot kind of. And so I just wondered, are the current parking lots matching the lots that are available for parking and recreation?
Yes, they are. I'll show you. Do you see the 71 map now?
Yeah, so I don't know if you can draw on it like in Andrew's magic pen.
Let me try and see what I got here. So the first space is the football shape in the middle.
And that's the parking lot in front of Mather building.
No.
Nope.
No.
That's the one that you drive if you're going to Olympia Oaks, you drive past.
Okay.
Then there's this lot here, which is the one in front of Mather.
Okay.
There's also this one here, which is the one north of 57 Olympia.
Okay.
There's this one here. Effectively.
Okay.
And there's this, oops, extra line there, but there's this little ear-shaped portion too. So
and that lot's actually been enlarged, I know.
Yeah.
So it's outside the limits of that road at the moment.
Yes, that road doesn't really exist. That all of that is parking. All of this is effectively parking and staging.
Okay, so that was my first question. So, and then, so there's more parking space areas than the actual dedicated lots to parking and recreation under the agreement. So, you know.
Yep, the 3 of the lots got built on. There were 12 originally. Some of the others have been subsequently allocated for parking and staging.
So when you say you have a right, your tenants have a right, or residents, to park in those spaces, to me, I'm like, okay, so they can just park their cars there as long as they're in those, lots in the subdivision. They don't need to apply for a UMass permit.
Yeah.
Right. They have a right to it. So, with that in mind, I would be like, okay, how many spaces do we think the people of that building need? If you can guarantee them spaces in there, I'm fine with everything. But going through the UMass system, as kind of how it works, is what I understand about UMass parking from talking to Tracy Zafian, who's the head of the transportation advisory committee for Amherst, is when you go to when you apply for a permit, you say, I'd like a permit and I'd like it here. And maybe in 5 years, they will give you that one, And so you don't really have any control about where UMass can say that you're parking. And so without, I would, so, you know, okay, so I think your people can park in there and they can assert their rights and hope not get towed and get to a mess. But I also think you could talk to UMass saying, you know, my tenants for these buildings need to park here. Let's work this out because they have a right to park. If they apply for a permit, they need to get a permit. It needs to be there. And so I think that would make me feel a lot better. You know, I'm not crazy about waiving a parking requirement in the hopes that someone applies a permit and they get a parking permit here and not over by, you know, the stadium. And so, you know, I've talked to a professor who said, yeah, it took me, you know, 5 years to get next to my building and, you know, where I work. And so I would love to see that tied down with some more agreements with UMass that anybody who lives in that building can apply for a permit and get a permit to park in those things, in those lots. So,
Okay.
you know, otherwise I think you can just assert your rights and, you know, and you know, I do think that, you know, we know that students have lots of cars. We know that UMass is maxed out for the last 2 years. I don't know, we know that's going to be true in the future, but I think that, you know, people in that building are going to have cars, undergraduates more likely than anybody from what I can tell. So I'd like to see that tied down. Another question I have about cars is, you know, electric charging stations. Are there any around there? Because I think that's going to be most people will be charging their cars close to home. And are there charging stations in these lots?
Kyle, do you any knowledge about that?
I do not know if there's charging stations on the lots. Relative to asserting rights, I mean, we're trying to be good neighbors. We're trying to work with a system that obviously already works. If we had a big problem, I'm sure you would have heard about it or found it. And I think that we get housing or parking. Those are the two options that we have before us now, and we're obviously trying to advocate for as much housing as we can.
Yeah, Kyle, do your tenants in Olympia Place know that they have a right to park anywhere in those lots? Have you told them that?
Our tenants have, as ownerships, we have deeded rights to those lots. Maybe we could just talk through this, Janet. If we wanted to just say to our tenants, why don't you just go park? We don't really, even though we're the neighbor of UMass, even though the university is someone we want to work with, why don't you just go over there and make John King's life completely miserable, park wherever you want, and then John's going to have to follow us and chase people down and say, are you 57 Olympia? Are you not 57 Olympia? Let's set up a separate permitting. Let's set up a separate sticker. Let's set up and do all these different things. We could do all that. What we've found to be most effective is to allow UMass Parking to continue to manage this as they manage a vast majority of it, and allow our tenants to buy a permit if they have a car.
Okay, so I'm not encouraging you to, you know, do that thing, but it seems to me if you have.
But I think you are. That's what you're asking. You'd like me to solidify something and assert my rights and say that I'm going to occupy this many parking spaces for a parcel that has deeded rights for amongst, you know, us and the university. We're trying to do it in a way that is working with the university, is something that already works with the university, and I'd like to obviously continue to do so.
No, I'm not, you know, encouraging a path of conflict, but I do, I would like to make sure that people in those buildings have places to park. And I know those lots are full already. And so
I think that you should also see if the university is in fact full this year, because
I would question whether to my knowledge, they're not all full.
Chris, did you get some information on that? I thought
it's just anecdotal.
Oh, because I thought Chris got an email saying that they were maxed.
Chris?
Yes, I received an email from Nancy Buffone saying that this past year, the parking lots were maxed. She did say that, yeah.
So I would like to see a way to make sure that people in that building have parking. And I don't want to tell you what to do, but I have, you know, that's a suggested path to work it out somehow.
All right, Janet. I guess in kind of in response to that, another way to think about this is it looks like Kyle is willing to put a whole lot of money into building this building, trusting that UMass will take care of the parking issue. And Kyle will be the first one to know if UMass is not doing a good job of providing parking for his tenants if they need it. I mean, you could say he's building a building that's going to require people to use the bus because he's not providing any parking. And so he's, I think it's in the interests of the town for him to build these beds so that we don't have more students going out into houses that we'd rather have families in. And so, I don't see the problem here at the moment. All right, I don't see any other hands at the moment. Board members, why don't you take one last thought about whether there's anything you want from Kyle for the next meeting?
Okay, Mr. Marshall, you've frozen up on us once more.
Does anyone have any last comments? I see Karen. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wonder, Kyle, if for the next meeting, if you could look at if there's some way to have some covered, maybe even solar covered bicycle stands, if you could somehow envision encouraging that too, just because it isn't done right now. There aren't good bicycle paths. You have to compete with on the road. It's not so safe. You need a critical mass to get this really going. And I think it would be a great opportunity. So I wonder, I'd like to know how many bicycle stands there are. And if there was some way you could encourage this, if you could look at it, is there a good path? I guarantee if there's a wonderful path that isn't on the road to the university and great stands, you're gonna up the amount of people, and you would take care of the times when in between, when there isn't so much bus traffic. And that's what I'd like to encourage. I wonder if that's possible.
Yeah, Kyle, maybe I know that there's downtown, you've done some internal or interior bike storage areas. Just interested maybe if there's a number you can put out for us next time we meet. Just how many bikes might be stored inside, outside, that might be helpful.
Okay. I hear both of those.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I
Thanks,
seem
Doug.
to be having trouble tonight. Thanks, Tom, for jumping right in. Chris, it looks like you're the next hand I see.
I wanted to encourage board members to look at the emails that they've received in the last 3 days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, because there has been new information. Kyle has presented much of it tonight, but I encourage you to look at that. We'll try to include it in your packets. Maybe Pam has included it in the packet for tonight, but I just didn't want that information to get lost. So please look at those emails.
Thank you, Chris. All right, Janet, what do you need from?
Well, I didn't get the packet, but I was interested in what the Concom was requiring. And we looked at that slide really quickly, like where the buffer zone lines were. And then I'm interested, is the Concom, do they want to keep people off the area in the back? And then, the covered porch access. I was just trying to think, I think that Andrew had thought that would be a nice place for people to go outside and maybe do some sitting or hanging out. And you went really quickly through that slide. It might be in our packet. It might be late breaking news. I just wanted to just get a little, because that slide went by really fast. And I'm speaking a little bit from, I don't have a full set of whatevers. Yeah, I think that one. So where are the buffer zones on that? I can't quite see that.
So the red line is the 100-foot buffer.
Okay,
And then you've got the 50-foot buffer that is the one that just touches the edge of the property right there.
okay, and then did the Concom want people not to be in the 100-foot or the 50-foot buffer zone?
No, it wasn't about people. It was really about work. So trying to make sure that any stormwater was outside of the 50-foot, trying to make sure that any plantings within the 100-foot were all native, trying to make sure that the work for stormwater retainage, which these are the retainage structures that are below grade, were managed properly and were planted over properly. It wasn't a discussion about access or, I mean, there's a trail that runs through the center of the wetland. You know, there's a yellow trail that the town you park at right north of here and you walk down.
Yeah, so I think Andrew had been interested in access to that trail from the back and maybe using that back as a seating area. So I wondered if that was possible. And then there's a
I think
covered,
that, Janet, real quick, the grading
Oh.
back here makes that a little difficult to make it accessible, and more so when we're working with stormwater and working with Concom requirements.
and the covered porch is only accessible from inside the building. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay, how big is that?
That's this lighter gray portion here, which is
Just a rough.
a couple hundred square feet.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Bruce.
Oh, I am already unmuted. Oh, one of the things we received was a traffic study, and very elaborate. And I had to say that, and this may be a question for staff, I think, I wasn't so concerned about traffic here because I thought that this was basically a place where hundreds of cars got parked and were coming and going. And what might change here, that some of those cars might be used by people in this building, but most of them won't be. And the number of cars would seem to be, that comes in and out of this site would seem to be largely generated by the size of the existing parking. And so the question for staff is, would this building really have any effect on traffic? As I understood it, the traffic study didn't seem to think it was going to be a big deal, but it seemed to me that this is one of the few times when you might imagine that a building would have almost no impact on the traffic. Is my comments, what I might consider common sense, flawed here, or is it broadly correct?
Chris?
I think that's essentially what the traffic study said, that there wouldn't be much impact on the traffic on East Pleasant Street. But you also have to, factor in whether that parking lot is full or not. And it was full last year.
Mhm.
So I think your surmise about, there not being a lot of change in the amount of traffic if the parking lot is full is right. But if the parking lot isn't full and this building is added, then there would be a change. So I think you should read the parking study carefully. There's just 3 pages that are really full of information. The rest of it is all parking counts and, peak hours and that kind of thing. But if you read those 3 pages, you'll really see that there is not a significant impact based on this building to traffic at that intersection.
And Doug, if I may, I also noticed, and I can't remember where I saw it because these things were flying around, but whether it was in Kyle's management plan or whether it was in your development report about low flow plumbing fixtures, and to the extent that we have any control over that, which I don't know that we do, but if we do or encourage, if we're going to mention low flow plumbing fixtures, if anyone's going to mention low flow plumbing fixtures, I would encourage that there be it's be associated with numbers that say what are those flows, because low flow is really a meaningless term to me, because it's just, you can say it's just lower than whatever you want to compare it to, and there's no standard. So can we substitute any reference to low flow fixtures with numbers, which for gallons per minute for showers and gallons per flush for toilets and things like that? There's only 4 or 5, so maybe not even that, 3 or 4 fixtures for which those numbers would be relevant. And I think we, instead of using a arm waving term like low flow, we should in parentheses, put the proposed flow rates for each of the fixtures involved.
Kyle, do you think that was in some of the material you provided? And how would your fixtures differ from the flows that are required by the plumbing code?
Well, I think we're fortunate that the plumbing code, in particular the stretch code, is forcing all these buildings to get better and better. And as of January, the HERS rating on new buildings has to be 45, which is less than the 55 and less than the 65 when the stretch code was implemented. So I think that code and efficiency are working hand in hand together. Obviously, when we go and seek LEED certification for these buildings, achieving LEED Gold is based on having fixtures that have actual flow rates to them for each of the faucets and toilets and shower heads and so on. So we have to do that within Energy Star ratings, within LEED, and obviously in order to meet stretch code.
But your intent was not to do fixtures that were any better or used less water than the plumbing code. Your intent was to meet the stretch code and the LEED requirements, and that was it.
I was basically interested in whether you were applying Californian standards or whether you were applying Massachusetts standards.
We haven't. I'm not familiar with the California standards. I think that the low flow in our minds is the fixtures that we've installed in all the projects to,
So I guess I would just say they're therefore code compliant low flow, but if you leave the code compliant off, my understanding would be that you're doing better than code and therefore you're probably stretching for the Californian standards. So it's just a matter of communication. So code compliant low flow sounds like what is intended here.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's a better way to say it.
Okay, good. Thanks, Bruce. Karen. Okay, Karen's hand was a legacy, okay? And I've just turned off my camera to see if this will stop getting my Zoom interruptions. So Bruce, your hand is still up. Is that a legacy?
It is. My
And
hand
you-
is up and my mute is off.
That's right. So let's, okay, good. Any other board comments? Let's look and see if there are any hands. Okay, Pam Rooney from the public. Please bring Pam over and let's get her name and her address. All right, Pam.
Hi, thank you. Pam Rooney, 42 Cottage Street. Would appreciate actually if the packet could include the updated floor plans and package that Mr. Wilson has provided. I've only seen earlier versions of it, so having current versions would be good. A question for Mr. Wilson. In the era of private-public partnerships, I'm wondering if Archipelago is interested or could be asked to provide some benefits in the form of improving bike lanes on the stretch of Olympia Drive from his buildings out to East Pleasant Street to facilitate, in fact, the use of bicycles. And if Archipelago could also be asked or required to provide a couple of electric vehicle charging stations, all in the name of, because he's not having to provide any parking spaces for his tenants, and he's relying entirely on PVTA circulation, that there's maybe some quid pro quo that would be appropriate to help facilitate the transfer of students from his building to campus. And I think it's totally appropriate for that kind of contribution to the greater good. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. Chris.
I just wanted to respond to one of Pam's comments. As soon as we get a document emailed to us, I forward it to the planning board members and I forward it to Pam and to Nate. And then I ask Pam to post it in the packet. And so almost instantaneously Pam posts things. So if you want to look at the packet for tonight's meeting, you will see the most updated information that has been made available by the applicant. Thanks.
All right, thank you. All right, so if there aren't any more, I do see Jennifer Taub's hand. Why don't we bring her over? Jennifer, if you give us your
Jennifer.
name and your address.
Yes, thank you. I'm Jennifer Taub at 259 Lincoln Avenue. And I just had a small comment, which was regarding students and bringing cars to school, that why they would need parking, even if the Olympia Place is, relatively close to campus and there's bus access, that many students bring cars to school because that's how they get from their hometowns to school, and not even that they may not even be using the cars on a daily basis, but they do need a place to park them. So, that's why I would caution that even with, transportation available, that students will still need a place to park. And, again, for students not parking every day, they may not need them to be as close to Olympia Place as if they're driving to school. Although I would, I would echo what Janet McGowan said, in that I think it's important to determine where those parking spaces would be that the university would provide. But it's been my experience in my neighborhood, and then, just generally what I've observed, that even, again, if they're using the Pioneer Valley Transportation, or even walking to school, that doesn't mean that they're not bringing cars to campus, with them when they come at the beginning of the semester.
All right.
That's my only comment. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Maybe that's the last hand I've seen from the board and the public. So maybe we can have a motion to continue this hearing. Chris, should we move it? Should we have it continued on the 16th? And maybe what do you want to do? What time?
The 16th would be good, and you could continue it to 7 o'clock, although you're probably, going to take it later than that, but just in case something happens with food and drink establishments and it makes it vanish
Okay.
for the night, it would be good to have Kyle back at 7.
All right. Tom, is that?
So moved.
All right. Thank you, Andrew.
Seconded.
All right. Any more discussion for tonight? Not seeing any hands. All right, let's continue to talk about vote to continue. Yes vote is we will continue to November 16th at 7 o'clock. Bruce.
Yes.
Tom.
Aye. I also want to thank Kyle for his responses to all of our questions and probing about all of these different issues and coming back with answers. And I think it's fantastic. So thank you. So aye.
Aye. Okay. Andrew.
Aye.
Janet.
Aye.
Karen.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. 6 votes in favor. The motion passes. Kyle, we'll see you in 2 weeks.
Thank you for everybody's time. Appreciate it.
All right.
Okay.
Good night.
Good night.
Okay, so we'll now move on to item 6 on our agenda. The time now is 9:52. Chris, do we have any old business topics not anticipated 48 hours in advance?
No old business that I know of. Thank you.
All right. Janet? You are
So-
muted.
Oh, I'm back. So I wanted to ask the questions that Elizabeth Veerling asked about the downtown or Amherst Center design guidelines, and then the Banks parking lot engineering analysis, and then is the planning department looking at other parking lots? Because I was kind of wondering that too. I didn't know about the grant. That sounds good.
So maybe Nate can answer that, because he's most familiar with those questions.
Sure. Yeah, the downtown design standard guidelines is something that staff had discussed changing a little bit. Now with the grant, we may add that in. We haven't confirmed the timeline if the planning grant can coincide with when we want to have the project move forward, but it may be that we could augment our budget and services with this planning grant to do, what we had in the downtown RFP was some mention of streetscape standards, and what we applied for was a more in-depth look at it. With the roadways, bike lanes, width of sidewalks, amenities, types of site furnishings, and so it goes hand in hand. So we just have to determine how that could be incorporated or not.
So did the RFP go out? I guess that's my.
No. We after the last planning board meeting, there were a few really good points raised about how many meetings could be over Zoom or in person, and how could we kind of describe the scope. Was it looking at 3 different types of building typology, urban center, maybe transitional and then residential. And so staff has met a few times and we've been refining the language, but when we heard probably like 2 weeks ago that we might be getting this planning grant, we just waited to see if we could, what that would mean. So.
All right, and what about the garage?
The garage, we're getting under contract with Desmond Design Management. They're an engineering firm that is often used with municipalities when they do garages. They're based out of Boston. They actually worked on the original garage as the design consultant. They helped Greenfield do their garage. They're kind of one of the leading firms, and so we've contracted with them to provide a technical assessment of the existing Boltwood garage.
Oh, good.
A visual inspection, and then also a review of the existing. They have the drawings, and so the kind of do load calculations and code compliance to determine if additional levels could be added. And so preliminarily, they think they could be. They have to examine it more. Honestly, the exterior load-bearing points of the garage are so close to the adjacent buildings now. I think their study will then help us ask the question, would we really want to do this? So they're going to look at this traffic circulation ramps, height of deck, proximity to building, and they're going to say if it's feasible or not. And then I think really it becomes a question for the town, would we actually move forward with something like that? We haven't looked at studying other sites. I think that would be after this study.
All right, thanks, Nate. Chris, do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, I just wanted to note that they're going to give us some concept sketches, and they're also going to try to give us ballpark cost estimates, particularly with regard to cost of a space. For instance, if you build a space on a virgin site that hasn't been built on before, that's one cost. But if you try to retrofit an existing parking lot, that's another cost. So they're going to help us out with that as well. And there was one other question that Pam Rooney asked, and that had to do with whether we're looking at other potential parking lot sites, parking garage sites. And we have not had time to do that, but we do intend to, the staff intends to make a, what should I say? Not a very technical pass at that, but a kind of conceptual pass at that. But that has not occurred yet.
All right, thanks, Chris. And Janet, I think that takes care of your questions. Okay. All right, so that's it for old business. And now we'll go to topic 7. The time is 9:58. New business. And Karen, you had a topic you wanted to introduce to us. So we'll have why don't you introduce it, and then we can have a short period for comments tonight.
Yeah, thank you for taking this up. I thought Pam Rooney made such a good pitch to Kyle, saying, you know, could we have a quid pro quo, a contribution that you somehow work together with the university to facilitate a good bicycle path to East Pleasant, and then maybe through some of their land to the campus. I don't know what role the planning board can take to somehow I facilitate the fact that we really have to move to a completely different way of moving around, especially students who are prime people for getting into alternative ways of transportation. If we had bicycle paths, as I know in Europe and in Berlin, where it's kind of my second home, the bicycle paths are not on the street very often. They share the sidewalk. They're a different color brick. And as a pedestrian, I know my husband always pushes me out of the way and says, you're in the bicycle path, and you have to sort of get used to that. But it really makes bicycle riders feel much, much safer than if they have to share the road. So that's something to look at. And what role does the planning board have? How can we move this along? Because I think it's a really important step that's coming. I see all the paths that are sort of delegated as bicycle paths downtown. I think it's great. I think the university does realize it has to move in this direction. But developers, especially this Olympia Drive, that's something that's happening right now, and it's in the prime location. So can we make demands? I'm not quite sure. I'm such a new member, what we can do, and I'd love to hear what other people think about this. Thanks.
All right, does anybody want to respond? Chris?
I just wanted to recommend that you talk about this in a very generic way, because Kyle is not here right now. And so if you wanted to talk about this in relation to his project on Olympia Drive, you would really need to talk about it with him, because it's, you know, it relates to that public hearing. So just talk about this in a generic manner for now. And then when the hearing is open on November 16th, you can bring this up in a specific way related to that project.
Yeah, thanks. You're right.
Bruce?
Two comments. I'm broadly interested too in this and the other sorts of things that we might encourage, such as, for example, solving the problem of providing charging stations for apartments. I have thoughts on that. I'm not going to say them now, but it's the same sort of thing. But in the case of bicycles and pathways and so forth, I'd imagine we don't really have leverage, except that we might, if we think about it from the point of view of parking waivers and so forth. We're not obligated to grant parking waivers. But I know we've been doing that creatively in many ways for many, many years for all sorts of reasons. And we could imagine that in the future we might, on certain projects where it's appropriate, we could tie a parking waiver to some kind of a gesture in this direction, maybe putting a roof on a parking on a bicycle station, maybe extending it, maybe making these in bicycle storage more secure and sheltered. We might also seek to think of accommodations for probably what will be increasingly small electric propulsions for bicycles, which are going to make those bicycles heavier, and that's going to change some things about them, which they're not going to be able to bring them up into their rooms, perhaps, probably because they're heavy, but they're going to be valuable. So we're going to be, people are going to be interested in different ways of securing them. So I think we should be mindful of that, and that's probably part of what Karen's thinking ahead to as well. I think this is something that we can think of in respect of project applications that come before us.
All right, thanks, Bruce. I guess when I heard this about this topic, the things that came to mind were that Karen or somebody might take the town plan and figure out where you would want to put bike paths. And then that would essentially prompt a conversation about how might the town get the rights to have a public bike path through what is now private property. And, you know, would that be eminent domain? Would it be a tax on real estate sales, or how would you do that? But, you know, I think I would start by thinking about where are the lines of demand for more convenient bicycle connection that isn't already served on a road or isn't already provided. And I will second Bruce's comment about electric bicycles. We just spent a couple of weeks in Europe and saw a lot of parking spaces reserved for bicycles. So, you know, if the town really wanted to encourage bicycles, I think there's some acts that the town could take to say, this is what we want to do. And then we might be in a position to say to a developer, look, your property's right next to a location that we want to do a bike path. Now's our chance to persuade you to help us build it. So, but until we have a vision, I don't know. I don't think it's going to be easy to be telling people what to do. Janet.
Karen, I would encourage you to talk to Tracy Zapian, who's the chair of the Transportation Advisory Committee. I think, following up on Doug's suggestion, I think they already have figured out where they want more bicycle use and better pedestrian movement. So that might be, she has tons of information. I also think we really do need covered and secured bike things. And I think we could require that of developers, because especially electric bikes. I have a friend who has one. She uses it as it's her only transportation, and it is too heavy for her to carry upstairs. And she's very worried about it. She lives in San Francisco, of having it stolen because it's worth thousands of dollars. And so I think that's a great issue. And then in terms of where to put how to get the access rights, like I have a 30-foot public right of way. So, you know, the town of Amherst could always put a bike lane, you know, on my front lawn, basically. And I think at this point in our climate crisis, I would invite that, you know, just to move things a little better. So I think there's a lot of public rights of way on the main roads that are much wider than the road that or sidewalk you're looking at.
All right. Chris.
I just wanted to mention that there is a pedestrian and bicycle plan that was done in coordination with the Pioneer Valley Planning Commission a number of years ago. There's a text that was written, and there are maps that are in a kind of incomplete state. The text is finished, but the maps are,
That's great.
as I said, incomplete. The Transportation Advisory Committee has an intention to work with DPW to finish the maps, but Karen and others may want to take a look at that. And if you email me, I can send you a link. I'm not sure I could tell you today exactly where to go to find that document. Unless Nate has it up already.
Thank you, Chris. Bruce, go ahead. I think I'd like to try to close this conversation soon, so it's getting late.
A question, I think a quick one, but if not, it can be answered later of staff, I think. Apropos of a potential funding source for some of the things that you, Doug, were mentioning about bicycle lanes and so forth, or creating them. I thought, well, the CPA fund sounds like a fund, but the question is the CPA fund restricted by Massachusetts statute to the 4 portals that it currently is, or could bicycle transportation be imagined to be something that could be supported through the CPA?
Chris?
I think if you could characterize it as recreation, it could be supported, because that is one of the things that's supported by CPA. I don't know if transportation would be considered, but we're always looking for grants. And one of the grants that we just got was for work on Belchertown Road, and we're hoping to incorporate some bicycle, what should I say, infrastructure into Belchertown Road. And it's always sort of in our minds when we're thinking about working with Department of Public Works on roadways. So just wanted to offer that.
And bicycle lanes could be part of the streetscape design standards too,
Yep.
whenever that happens. Okay, so why don't we, at least momentarily, there aren't any other hands, so let's close this item and you know, move on. Time is 10:09, and Chris, is there any other new business for tonight?
Just one thing I wanted to let you know, and I could do this in report of the chair, but I'll just tell you now. We are very sad to be losing Ben, who has been with us for 2.5 years. He's going to work with the Massachusetts Department of Transportation. And he's been, you know, terrific to work with. He's really innovative and he's got all kinds of skills, and we're really going to miss him. But we wish him good luck in his new position. But in the meantime, we're going to have a lot of work to do to fill Ben's role until we hire somebody to replace him. So Nate and I are going to be working overtime to try to fill Ben's role. Mostly
Sorry-
Nate. But
sorry to
we
hear
try
that
to
he's
not,
leaving.
not burden Nate too much.
Oh, boy.
Anyway, it's, yeah, I know, very sad.
Yeah. Okay. Number 8, Form A&R subdivision applications. Pam?
No, not tonight.
All right. ZBA applications?
Nope, I haven't
All
heard
right.
of anything.
SPP, SPR, SUB?
Yes. There is one for, trying to think of what it's for.
Is it Belchertown Road?
It's
No,
service.
it's not
matters.
Belchertown Road. We have a couple of them. They haven't been formally brought into the system yet, so we'll let you know about them next time around. All right.
All right, great. All right. Number 11, the committee and liaison reports. Bruce, anything on PVPC?
Well, I'm still not formally appointed, but I have been relying on on Jack and his reports of activities of the commission have been forwarded to us all, I think. So basically, my report would be what you received from Jack.
Okay. Chris, is there any way to expedite getting Bruce appointed?
I did email the town manager. I don't know if it was last week or the week before, and I copied Bruce, I believe. And the town manager has been embroiled in other topics recently, but I will email him again. How's that?
All right. Andrew, PV or CPAC?
Yeah, thanks, Doug. First, I'd say thanks, Chris, for sending out the list of projects, and would encourage folks to please send over any questions they have. I did get some already that I was able to forward on to the applicants, and you can share them with me up until the last minute, and I'll bring that forward. I don't know that I'd mentioned before. Right now we have about $1.8 million. That number could go up. We have a budgeted reserve, which we could tap into as well, but let's just call it 1.8 for right now. We have 6.4 million more than that in projects, right? There's over $8 million of projects that are being proposed. So we definitely won't be able to do all of that. Again, any questions you have that you would like me to forward on, please do. The presentations start next Thursday, and they will be held, I believe, over the next 3 weeks.
Andrew, are there any particular projects that are being proposed that you think have close sort of impact, or some things that we would be particularly interested in from the planning board?
Yeah, it's a good question. I don't know that there necessarily is. I think the community housing That's, there's a lot of money that's being allocated towards that. It's something that we've talked about a fair amount over the years in this. So that could be an area. You could take a look at some of the community housing projects that we have. Aside from that, there is an open space proposal, which we haven't had one for a while. And yeah, other than that, I would say, take a look at the projects which are of interest to you personally, as well as in your capacity as a planning board member.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Tom, DRB.
Sure. I mean, I will follow up to say that I don't think there's anything of significant impact that we've been reviewing. I mean, a lot of it's just been signage and wayfinding within town. So there's, it's cool that we get to see like new businesses and kind of where they're going and when they're opening way before everybody else does. But, there's a juice cafe that we approved some signage for. There's a Chinese or Asian restaurant at 63 Main, so that's right downtown. They have some new signage and screens in their windows. The Spoke has some new signage that we've approved. That is pretty minimal, pretty clean. And then the Drake has had several kind of iterations of signage that we've been reviewing and approving. So there's been a lot of really small but let's say maybe somewhat important revisions to the urban landscape from an aesthetic perspective. That's really it.
All right, thank you. Janet, solar bylaw.
At our last meeting, we met briefly, the GZA associates were doing a solar assessment, which is sort of a technical look at where solar could work in Amherst, like rooftops and parking lots, and then there'd be limitations, not just physical limitations, but it might be legal limitations, like on certain types of land. And then also they'll be doing kind of a community outreach to figure out like what the community values of Amherst are. I don't have that much information on that yet. And then one of our members who is, she was giving us a talk about solar siting, like all the steps involved in siting a large scale array, which takes at least 2 years. And it seems almost a miracle that anything ever gets built between all the permitting. And then even if you get all your permits, you might not be able to send your power to the grid. So it was brutal, but interesting. And then we're going to look at the economics of arrays and stuff like that. So it's totally interesting.
Great. All right, Chris, CRC or Nate?
Yeah, well, the CRC has been looking at the flood mapping, and they recommended all 4 aspects of flood mapping: the firm maps, the flood insurance study, and the 2 things that you looked at tonight. So they've made positive recommendations on those. That was last week or 2 weeks ago. And then, or maybe it was last week. Then this week, they're looking at food and drink establishments tomorrow evening at 4:30. So they're taking that up. And then in their spare time, they're working on rental registration. And that's kind of a big deal that they're working on with Rob Mora and his staff. So those are the things that they're doing.
All right, thank you. Report of chair, I have no report tonight, given the hour. Chris, any report of staff?
I don't think I have any further reports.
Okay. All right, the time is 10:17. I guess we can adjourn. We got to figure out how to do this faster. This is just brutal.
I think we have too many agenda items. That's my feeling, like 2 big ones would be good, not 3.
Yeah.
Doug, you've done a great job of trying to manage
Yes.
all of it. I appreciate
Well,
it.
I hate
all
to
your
push you
effort.
guys to be faster, but I know how long it takes to repeat something verbally before you say
Recording stopped.
exactly what you want to say. But
I was afraid you were going to try to finish the Olympia Drive project tonight. And
well, thank you. Thank you for relieving us of that.
Thank you. Thank you for continuing it.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Good night,
End
everyone. And
meeting.
Wow.
please
Night.
come back in 2 weeks.
We'll try. Thank you.
Goodbye.
I